So I will get going. I know it was a while ago that I was informed by staff that I didn't have to read a remote script anymore. And then it was brought to my attention today, and I think many of your attention, that the remote script does need to be read and come back. So I'll go ahead and work through that. So we are using Zoom for this meeting, which allows for the public to participate in the meeting as an attendee. The chair can request that members of the public provide their names for purposes of keeping accurate minutes of the meeting. Attendees must register to participate. The registration link is unique to the meeting. The registration link can be found in the description of the Nantucket Government TV YouTube live feed for the meeting. Attendees will join in listening mode. They can click and raise their hand button if they wish to speak. The chair will call on those who have raised their hands in the order they were raised. All questions should be directed through the chair. So as a preliminary matter, this is Ashley Arisman, Chair of the Nantucket Conservation Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Mark Beal, or excuse me, members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Mark Beal.
Present.
Seth Engelborg.
Here.
Ian Golding.
Yes.
Mike Mizzarelli.
Here.
Joe Plandowski. Oh, you're muted, Joe.
Here.
Linda Williams.
Here.
Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Will Delerba.
Here.
Oh, goodness. All right. Anticipated speakers on the agenda, please respond in the affirmative. I don't know that we even have everybody here. Paul Santos.
Here.
Vince Murphy.
Here.
Kitty Potchman.
Here.
Sarah Boyce.
Here.
Rachel Freeman.
Here.
Toggling screen. Ben Shampoo.
I'm here. Hi.
Hi. Brian Madden.
If you're not speaking, you need to put yourself on mute because there's a background noise. I can hear it.
Yeah, haven't gotten to that point in the script yet, unfortunately. Brian, we couldn't hear you. I don't know if you have bad connection.
Here.
Oh,
Hear me?
yeah, we can kind of hear you. Perfect.
Thanks.
All right, so I think those are all our anticipated speakers. So good evening. This open meeting of the Nantucket Conservation Commission is being conducted remotely.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Mary Ellen Manning. I'm trying to put in a speaking request on behalf of Attorney Danielle De Benedictis on the Old North Wharf matter. Is that not on your agenda?
It is on the agenda, but Miss De Benedictis, I don't see her on the call to confirm that she's here to speak at this point.
Right. She asked me, I'm an attorney on the case as well. She asked me to sub in for her. She's having potentially having technical difficulties getting in on the call.
Okay, perfect. So you're obviously here and can hear me. I apologize for missing you. You weren't listed on our agenda.
Of course, no problem. Thank you.
So this open meeting of the Nantucket Conservation Commission is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, the Nantucket Conservation Commission is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I note otherwise. We are now turning to the first items on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, I will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comments, questions, or motions. Please hold your name as called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or your computer when you are not speaking. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. And for items with public comment, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment to those members of the public that have joined the meeting via Zoom. Members of the public who wish to speak must state their names and be acknowledged by and speak through the chair. And finally, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. Right, so we will begin tonight's meeting under public meeting, public comment on items not being heard on the agenda. Okay, I am not seeing any public comment. So this evening, the following items are continued. We have Nantucket Boathouse LLC at 2 and 6 Easton Street, continued until May 11th. We have Local Buoy Properties LLC at 15 Loretta Lane, continued until May 11th. And then we have the Trustees of Reservations, Cascada Coatue Wildlife Refuge, continued until May 11th. That's it for our continuances. So we will begin tonight's meeting under notices of intent. We have Nantucket Islands Land Bank at 158 and 160 Orange Street, represented by Art Gasparo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm before you tonight with a notice of intent for property along Orange Street that fronts on the creek. We've been in the creeks. We've been in front of you on this property in the past couple of years. This was most recently the site of the removal of one of the Ottoson cottages that you may remember. What we're looking to do, the two properties are two parcels adjacent to each other, are now held in common ownership by the land bank. The property to the west was formerly known as the Backman property. There had also been a structure removed, and the land bank is looking to create a more cohesive connection between the two properties and really just to facilitate pedestrian access in the area. And so right now there's a fairly old rubble type stone retaining wall that exists, and they'd like to remove that wall, do some slight regrading, in order to create a more of a uniform, smooth walking pedestrian path through that area that doesn't have that interruption in grade from the retaining wall. There's no fill proposed. We are within land subject to coastal storm flowage. On the plan before you, the proposed contours are shown in magenta, and some of the vegetation and retaining wall to be removed are shown in red. You could see from the proposed contours, the existing spot elevations are shown with little X's next to them, that the scope of the proposed regrading is no greater than 2 feet, and most of it is more like about 1 foot. So they would look to remove those features and then do that slight bit of regrading, and then just replant that area so that, again, people can walk through there without having that interruption and slope or low wall to fall off of. And then there also is proposed, the Ottoson family, who had sold these the easterly portion of the two properties to the land bank, has use rights for a period of time. And so you'll note on the plan that we show both the land bank use area and the Ottoson use area. And the land bank would like to install symbolic post and rope fencing along that use area boundary, just to sort of provide a delineation to the public and pedestrians that are in that area, as to what is the area that's available to the public and what remains under the private use of the family. And there's also finally there was a couple of benches proposed outside of the 25-foot buffer zone. And with that, we'd be happy to take questions or concerns that you might have with the application.
Thank you, Art. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. So we'll open this one up for public comment. Public comment on Nantucket Island's Land Bank, 158 and 160 Orange Street. All right, it does not appear that we have any public comment. Will, do we have everything we would need to close?
Yes, we do.
Art, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Mark, are you making a motion or asking a question? Making a motion? Will
I'll
you-
second his motion.
All right, so Mark, are you making the motion to close? Second to Linda, so by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Klendowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Art. And that moves us on to Full Up at 122 Tom Nevers Road, represented by Brian Madden.
Good afternoon, Brian Madden from LEC Environmental Consultants, representing the Fullops. The proposed project involves a set of beach stairs over the coastal bank. The set of stairs design is similar in nature to what has been previously permitted on the north and south abutting properties, but essentially, as you can see in the cross-section detail, a wood landing platform to a wooden set of stairs to a mid-landing, and then the bottom set is going to be that seasonally removable aluminum set of staircase that would be stored away from the coastal bank. There had been previously a set of stairs out there, but looking through the record, it did not appear to have an order of conditions. And so we're coming in with a new application here for formal approval. I'll turn over to questions.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for Brian. I see the helical piers on there. I'm just curious how you would install the helicals on that slope.
Yeah, typically, I think the way that they're done is with the small machine can just with an arm reach over from the top of the bank and then just drill right into the slope as far down as you can get.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no, so we'll open this one up to the public, 122 Tom Nevers Road. Okay. Does not appear that we have any public comment. Will, do we have everything we would need to close?
Yes.
Brian, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion to close?
Move, Madam Chair.
So Joe got you, but I'll give you the second, Linda. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Klendowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to Nantucket Sunsets Realty Trust at 10 Sheep Pond Road, represented by Brian Madden.
Thank you very much. Brian Madden, for the record, representing the applicant. Proposed project involves an after-the-fact approval of a wooden set of beach stairs over the coastal bank. It's a much shorter run than out in Tom Nevers, a small bank. I had submitted some photographs of what that looked like. As part of the project, we're also proposing to revegetate an area that had been created as a lawn area immediately upgraded of the top of the coastal bank. And we're proposing to revegetate that area with native species with follow-up monitoring to ensure successful establishment, but only a singular path to those set is being proposed to remain. Everything else around that established lawn area will be renaturalized. I'll turn it over to questions.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Seth, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if this is something that was covered under a previous order of conditions or also was unpermitted, but regarding the post and rail fence that's in the area close to the staircase and what became a lawn, I see that intrudes into the 25-foot buffer, and I was wondering if the applicant would be willing to reconfigure that to put it outside the 25-foot buffer.
So, good question, Seth. That fence has been there for quite a bit of time. It wasn't previously within the 25-foot. That bank has seen some erosion over the years, as you all are aware. I think most recently, I think there was a septic upgrade plan and approval that was before you a few years back, and it was on that plan of record, I believe. We are proposing to remove any, there is some like wire fencing that was established or installed around that established lawn area that we're proposing to remove. But I think that post and rail we'd like to keep, it's pre-existing and was previously outside of those buffers.
Thank you, Brian. Linda, I see your hand up.
Just to back up what Brian said about that split rail fence, the house burned down several years ago, and they had to come to the HDC. At the time I was chairman, they had to come to the HDC to rebuild it pretty much exactly as it was. So we'd all been out to that site several times, and that split rail fence has been there since I think he built the house. So it's been a couple of decades. So it's been there that long.
Thank you, Linda. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. So we'll open up 10 Sheep Pond Road for public comment.
It's Tom Nevers Road.
We already did the Tom Nevers Road. So this is the Sheep Pond.
Nantucket Sunset, that's right. I was still thinking about Phillips burning the house, watching it go down in flames. Can't get that out of my head.
Okay, so that comment was referring to the Tom Nevers property.
Yeah, but I also have been out to Sheep Pond for the HDC, and that split rail fence out there has also been there for a while because I worked on the property next to it.
Okay. Let me just double check. So, again, no public comment. Will, do we have everything we would need to close?
Indeed, we do.
Brian, would you like to close? Oh, I couldn't hear you. I don't know if anybody else could. Can you repeat that, Brian?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, he's coming in and out, which is odd.
I think part of it is when people are unmuted, he's also getting like his feed stolen.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll make that motion, Madam Chair.
all right, so
I've
motion,
already made it.
I'll second it.
okay, so motion made by Ian, seconded by Linda, by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Plandowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Brian. And that moves us on to New England Development at 7 Old South Wharf, represented by Paul Santos.
Thank you. For the record, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors on behalf of the property owner and applicant NIR Retail LLC, care of New England Development. This is a notice of intent filing for the proposed construction of an ADA compliant ramp and deck, building and shed improvements within the existing footprints, and removal of an existing cherry tree within land subject to coastal storm flowage in the buffer zones to a coastal bank, which is the bulkhead that surrounds the wharf, and land subject and land containing shellfish. The site itself, as many of you know, is located on the north side of Old South Wharf. Old South Wharf consists of 23 retail shops and restaurants, with the surrounding land use is commercial. The site is located within land subject to coastal storm flowage and the buffer zones to the aforementioned coastal bank and land subject and land containing shellfish. The area is outside any mapped NHESP areas. And this is a similar request that was done in 2020 for one of the shops across from it. At that time, in 2020, the board approved a similar request for Bar Yoshi, which is directly across from this. The component itself is to basically create this ADA compliant ramp and deck on the front of the existing shop. The shop would be converted, I believe, from a retail establishment to what would be called O Bar Yoshi, is shown on the plans that we have submitted. In the prior application and similar to this, I think, there you go, Will. That plan right there shows the existing footprint of the building. There is a storage shed attached to the left, and the proposed deck and ramp projects on the lower portion that will provide access to the renovated structure itself. To the extent necessary, we would be seeking waivers pursuant to 2.05B5, as the deck would be outside of the 25-foot area. That's quite honestly already disturbed, but it would be within 50 feet of the man-made coastal bank. The commission, we would be seeking the commission to find basically that, given the current and historic site conditions, the project as proposed will not have an adverse impact, and there'll be no reasonable alternatives that allow the project to proceed in compliance with the regulations. And the commission we're seeking a waiver under 103F3A under the town's wetland regulations. As I had said, it is in a flood zone. No grade change is proposed. It's simply constructing and is what currently is the shell walkway between the retail shops, creating this ramp and deck on the front side of this existing building. I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Can you go to the new screen, which is below this one, I think? Where the front of the building? Quick question, Madam Chair, if you're taking them now.
Yep, go ahead, Linda.
Do you have the drawing of how long is the run on this thing? And how wide is it? I can't even, I know the building really well. I know what he's doing.
The ramp itself is 14 feet in length. The width is looks like it's approximately 6 feet wide. Obviously, the inside railed rail to meet code would have to be 5 feet. And then the wood deck extends the length of the essentially the ramp extends just past the storage shed, and the ramp and the deck extends the entire length of the front of the existing structure.
So it extends another maybe 6 feet out into the where everybody walks up and down in between the shops.
Correct.
Okay, it's not going to impede any ability to move up through between him and Yoshi. Yoshi and Yoshi.
I'm assuming they have it both planned out. They're similar. Obviously, it's the same, essentially sister establishments. And the deck, I think, on the Bar Yoshi was a similar component.
Yeah, I remember when that got approved. Okay,
So,
interesting.
so thank you, Linda. And Will, I think you can stop the screen share now. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Mark?
Thank you. The purpose of, for Paul, the purpose of taking out the cherry tree is to put the ramp in its place. Paul, is that the drill?
That's correct. If you go back to if you went back with the photo, there's actually the cherry tree is where the ramp is, where the deck is, correct. And then there's another pine on the far end. I thought on the cherry tree was potentially, if the commission saw fit, we could always somewhere plant another cherry tree somewhere within the area of the wharf itself. But in order to construct this, that one cherry tree would have to be removed.
Oh,
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Mark?
I guess I'm sorry to see the mature tree removed. It's been there for a long time, obviously. There's no workaround, Paul, on that.
No, Mark, it's right up pretty close to the building. I think I have it on one of my plans here. Let me just look how close.
Well, I can see from the picture it's right close.
Yeah.
I didn't know if there was
So-
some other way to work around it.
There's really no.
Paul, question, is it a Kwanzaa cherry?
Oh, Ashley, I would not.
Double, like the double pink that's everywhere. It's like the darker pink, probably.
Yeah, then it's that.
Yeah.
'Cause
I mean, they're not native. They don't have a lot of true
they're,
habitat value.
they're
So
blossoming right now. I mean, it's
they're pretty.
Yeah. And there are a few in there. There are a few of them in there.
all right. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Ian?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that aren't native. Privet, for example.
I hate Privet.
All right, guys. So
But
let's
to the
try
point.
and keep order.
What?
I just said let's try and keep order and not comment
Yes,
through
my
each
dear,
other.
I don't, all I wanted to ask Art was, I like the idea of some form of planting, so that, in 20 years' time, there will be some shade. So I meant Paul, excuse me, Paul.
That's okay. I was going to let Art take it and save me some. But I think putting what we're taking out and putting it somewhere else out in the general vicinity, I think is a reasonable request.
And thank you for suggesting it.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no, so we'll open this one up to the public. New England Development, 7 Old South Wharf. Does not appear that we have any public comment. Will, do we have everything we would need to close?
Yes, we do.
Paul, would you like to close?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Is there a motion to close?
So moved, Madam Chair.
So Joe got you again. I'm going to give the motion to Joe and you the second, Linda.
Cool.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye, and will remind us to add of the cherry tree when we make our decision.
Engelborg,
Yeah.
sorry, Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And that moves us on to Stephen Pines LLC at 78 Pocomo Road, represented by Brian Madden.
Brian Madden from LEC Environmental, representing applicant Seven Pines LLC. Proposed project involves an addition with some adjoining porches and a basement access on the north side of an existing single-family dwelling. Those proposed structural aspects are outside the 50-foot buffer zone to the coastal bank on the westerly portion of the property. As part of the project, there's also some significant landscaping improvements via the removal of some large stone patio areas and associated retaining walls including some of which between the 25 to 50 foot and then some between the 50 to 100 foot. But Shampoo Landscaping did a significant revegetation plan that was part of the packet with a lot of native species incorporated in to improve site conditions. And I'd be happy to turn over to any questions.
Thank you, Brian. Sorry about messing up the applicant's name. It's Stephen on our agenda, but 7 is what it really is. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Right, it looks like no. Oh, Ian?
Yeah, I just wanted to say hello to Ben since our paths cross so rarely.
How you doing, Ian?
Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Not, we'll open this one up for public comment. So it's 7 Pines LLC at 78 Pocomo Road. I am not seeing any public comment on this one. Will, do we have everything we would need to close?
Affirmative.
Brian, would you like to close? Oh, we couldn't hear you.
Yes, please.
I heard you that.
That's so odd.
Mark, are you making the motion to close?
I am.
Is there
A
a second?
second.
I
Second.
think Ian got you for the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to Linda Loring Nature Foundation Incorporated at 90 Eel Point Road, represented by Art Gasparo. And I'm assuming, Seth, that you're recusing for this one?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead, Art.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm before you tonight with a notice of intent application, and I'm also joined by Jeremy Schwab of Wilkinson Ecological, Sarah Boyce of Linda Loring Nature Foundation, and Kitty Pochman of the foundation, the executive director of the foundation. We're before you tonight with, I think, a very exciting project that's a significant investment by the foundation in environmental, I think, improvement and stewardship of their properties. There are existing structures that have become fairly dilapidated over time, right in the buffer zone and in the close proximity to the pond, that will all be removed from the site. All of the materials disposed of properly off-site, And then the Wilkinson Ecological has been retained to develop a restoration plan to really restore the disturbed areas, to promote grassland habitat and beneficial species to the interests protected by the commission, and to promote coastal resilience. And as well, as part of this, what's proposed is an access way down onto the water sheet. And the foundation has, as you may be aware, a lot of educational programming, and they also do water quality monitoring and research in the pond. And so what's proposed is a pier very similar to that which the land bank recently constructed, that would allow pedestrian access down out over the water sheet for those purposes. And I believe that ultimately that will promote both the interests protected by the commission in allowing and containing that pedestrian access down that bank and out to the water sheet on the pier, and be done in a, the construction will be done in a manner so as to not have any adverse impact or effect. I think at the end of the day, this truly comes in as a significant net benefit type of a project, and we will be continuing for natural heritage review. So certainly if there are questions or additional information, anything the commission wants to know, we're here for that discussion, and we can certainly work to provide that for you. And with that, I'd be happy to address questions or concerns, or we also have the other team members that I mentioned here as well that may be able to step in to certain aspects of the project.
Thank you, Art. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Ian, and then
Yeah,
Joe, you.
thank you. So Art, how much of this is going to have a rail?
The whole thing will have a rail. The idea would be, again, they've got a lot of children that are down there that, they do a lot of programming with younger students, and they want to make sure that I think that they can stay on there. What we've also proposed is and we show that on the detail on the plan, that there would be a rail around the perimeter of the backside of the platform would be a bench, and then on the front, around the front side would be a like a 3 slat type of a rail, again, for safety purposes.
Well, all right. I think they're a blot on the landscape, but what can I say? Yeah. I mean, they only fall in once.
I guess if I may, through you, Madam Chair, because I would say that I think in this case with the height of the pier, I understand in some of the elevated walkways concern with railings, but I don't think that in this particular application that you're going to have interference with the movement of wildlife as a result of the rails on this pier. And so I don't know that they're in that instance, and we wouldn't have the rail on the path with the timber steps, as I understand it.
Oh, good. Thank you, because I couldn't tell from the drawing, so I think I'd like to condition it that way so that there's no rail with the path.
Okay. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Art.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Joe?
Does putting that pier in there mean that it opens up a lot of other people wanting a pier around that same area?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yep, go ahead.
The foundation owns, maybe we could scroll to the original locus map, but I don't think so, because the foundation owns a large perimeter of the pond. So
Okay.
all that's left, they own more than 3/4, I would say, of the perimeter of that pond.
Fine.
And Joe, I know I had a similar concern, but I think, maybe in our findings, we can write something along the lines as this is promoting education and water quality monitoring, because there's a lot of benefits that would come from this access point.
I agree. I think it's a great idea. I was just concerned about what else might happen, but if 75% of the area is already covered by the Loring Foundation, then not much of an issue.
Yes. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? I know I'm excited to see an ecological restoration here. Anytime we can do that around the island, I think there's huge benefit. So thank you for doing that. So we'll open this up for public comment. We have the Linda Loring Nature Foundation at 90 Eel Point Road. I'm gonna jinx myself. We seem to have a quiet public on YouTube tonight. Will, do we have everything we would need to close tonight?
Yes, we do.
Art, would you like to close?
Yes, no, I would, but I would, but if we could please continue to May 11th to allow for a response from Natural Heritage, please.
Yep, I totally forgot about that one.
And me too. I lied when I said, yes, we do.
Yeah. All right, so this will continue until May 11th.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that moves us on to 256 Pulpus LLC at 256 Pulpus Road, also represented by Art Gasparo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is essentially a residential redevelopment project for work within the buffer zone to bordering vegetated wetlands. There's also land subject to coastal storm flowage, though we have kept the work outside of that limit. There's an existing, I know the plan is pretty busy, but I really wanted to get everything sort of on here that, thank you for zooming in. And I'll run through what's being proposed. Shown in the darker blue line is are the bordering vegetated wetland boundaries. And then shown in red are the respective 25, 50, and 100-foot buffer zones. Shown in the gray, thicker line, some cross-hatching is the existing structure, and then the magenta is the relocation of that structure, as well as the proposed pool. And then the darker lines with the square boxes represent the proposed regrading. And so as you can see, what we're proposing to do is to pick up an existing structure and move it further away from the wetland resource areas, move it outside of the 50-foot buffer zone, and to put it on a new foundation. The structure then would be renovated, and then also proposed would be a swimming pool with a small cabana. The cabana itself would actually be outside of the jurisdiction of the commission. The pool would be greater than 2 feet above the estimated seasonal high groundwater. So we are not asking for a waiver for the bottom of the pool. We are asking for a waiver for the bottom of the footings to the house, so as to be, because the house has a foundation now that is within that same zone. So we would have a foundation that is no lower than what currently exists and is further away from the resource area. We anticipate to actually be just above the seasonal high groundwater elevation, though, within that 2-foot zone. And as such, we don't anticipate any dewatering being required. If there was the need for any temporary dewatering, we have a fairly sizable area that's outside of the jurisdiction where that water could be pumped up, where you see the gravel driveway label. So ultimately, we see this as a net benefit in terms of moving an existing structure further away from the resource area. And we'd be happy to take questions or concerns that you might have with the project.
Thank you, Art. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Joe?
That drawing is really busy to start out with. Secondly, if you look at the drawing and it says there's a paved driveway and a gravel driveway. Is the paving being done over what was a gravel driveway? I don't understand why it's split the way it's split. Also, my third point is when you look at the left-hand side, there's a concrete pad next to a gravel pad. And there's nothing apparently on that concrete pad. I don't understand why that has been poured.
Madam Chair. So I apologize for the lack of clarity, and I would be happy to share a zoomed in version of the same drawing that hasn't been scanned if you'd like. I scanned the drawings that have my stamp on them. But if it would be helping is okay with you, Madam Chair, I'm happy to share the same zoomed in clarified plan.
I think that would be helpful for us, Art. Thank you.
Thanks. So this is the same exact plan that was filed. And to address Mr. Plendowski's questions, first, the driveway that comes in from Pulpus Road is paved, but this line right here, it changes from a paved driveway to a gravel driveway. So it's both paved and then gravel. And then obviously this portion of that driveway would be removed, and the portion of the paved driveway that comes down into this area all the way into the 25-foot buffer zone, all that asphalt would be removed as well. The concrete pad, this portion of the house had a bit of a drive under, an old sort of small type garage door. So that concrete pad served that. Again, those features would all be removed. And that's there was another gravel pad that was next to the concrete pad. So that's what that served. That served an access to the structure under here. So we would be taking those elements out and again replanting that area that had the asphalt. So again, under the current regulations with that, I didn't get into the calculations, but that would all be considered structure under your regulations as paved driveway, which would all be removed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Art, you can.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, no questions or comments from commissioners. So we'll open this one up for public comment. 256 Pulpus LLC at 256 Pulpus Road. All right, so it looks like we don't have any public comment. Will, do we have everything we would need to close?
Indeed, we do.
Art, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion to close? Motion made by Seth, seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Art. And that moves us on to amended orders of conditions. We have Daughtry Ack LLC at 2 Mariner Way, represented by Paul Santos.
Thank you.
I have to recuse from this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors, representing the property owner and applicant majority ACK LLC. This is an amended order of conditions. The project was issued in order conditions to the former owner, which was SP Norwell LLC. The order was issued in March 29th of 2022 for the construction of a dwelling, garage, decking, driveway, and stormwater improvements with associated landscaping, grading, and utilities within land subject to coastal storm flowage. Within this request, the applicant is seeking permission for reconfiguration of the approved dwelling and driveway, removal of the approved garage, and installation of a pool within land subject to coastal storm flowage. The plan that you see on the screen currently is what was previously approved in March of 2022. And if I could briefly, because there was a number of letters that we just became aware of this morning, specific to the pool component of this application. And quite honestly, I think the changes to the site minus the pool were probably could have been handled under a minor modification, but because of the nature of the pool is why we filed the amended order, why the abutters did get notice, and I think, why now everyone has a chance to kind of comment at this hearing. The lot itself is in the Marinaway subdivision, which was a 5-lot subdivision approved, I believe, around 2015. 3 of those lots are vacant. They are currently controlled by the same entity, which is the applicant that is before you tonight. 2 of the lots have been developed. Number 1, Marinaway has an existing single-family home on it, and number 3, Marinaway has an existing single-family home. Both of those are essentially directly across the street from the lot before you tonight. With regard to the structural component of the application, the building footprint that was shown on the existing order of conditions was approximately 1,700 square feet. The building footprint on the application that you have before you tonight is the same size, basically 1,700. So the footprint itself is 1,700 to 1,700. The original proposal, the change from the original proposal to the proposal that you have before you with regard to structure, so that would be the building, decking, landings, and so forth. This application is a reduction in that particular area of approximately 272 square feet. So buildings.
Sorry to interrupt you, Will. Can you show the newer plan picture that actually has the pool?
Yeah, that's it right there.
Perfect. Thank you.
So just to recap briefly, the building size from the existing order to the amended is the same. The total footprint with regard to decking, landings, footprints, this application is a reduction of approximately 272 square feet. This application also removes what was an approximately 200 square foot garage that was proposed fronting on Marinaway. I think all of those essentially could have been done as a minor mod, but as I had said, the component of the pool is what brings us here tonight. With regard specifically to the pool itself, you'll see on the drawing that you see before you, basically within the deck area, there is a dimensioned area that is labeled the pool. The pool is approximately 12 feet 6 inches by 7 feet 6 inches, or approximately 94 square feet in surface area. Not very big, and it's contained within that existing decking area. If I could speak specifically to the pool for a bit and kind of give you an idea based on what at least I've gathered in reviewing all the plans today, speaking with the project proponents. Well, the architectural plan that I submitted, I had submitted stuff this morning after seeing the letters, and there's 2 drawings. I think if we start with drawing 2.7, Will, on the building plans. Okay, so that drawing there depicts the area of the dwelling, the area of the deck, and you'll notice that the pool is basically confined within the deck area of the home. So just to kind of run through some elevations, the site itself, elevation wise, is approximately somewhere between elevation 5 and elevation 6 on the ground. That's the ground elevation of the existing site. The flood elevation for this particular area is elevation 8. So the flood elevation is approximately 2 feet higher than existing grade. The requirement under the 9th edition of the building code for the first floor of this building minimally requires that the first floor be constructed at elevation 9. So the first floor of this building is constructed approximately 4 feet above the existing ground. And the reason for that is under the 9th edition of the building code, you're required to put your first floor elevation at flood zone plus 1 foot. So flood zone is 8, first floor of the structure would be 9. That would be a bit higher than the dwellings that are located at 1 and 3 Mariner Way. And that's only because whereas the flood zone hasn't changed, since those homes were built, the 9th edition of the code was enacted, and the additional 1 foot of elevation is now a requirement for construction in the flood zone. So if the first floor is at elevation 9, the deck itself would be approximately probably less than a 6-inch drop from the first floor to the deck. So the deck itself, let's just say it's at elevation 8.5. So the pool itself, or the water level of the pool, would be constructed approximately 6 inches or so above the flood zone. Now, the full body of the pool, obviously the pool has to be constructed, although it's surrounded by the deck, would be built on a stable base. That would be obviously constructed on top of the existing grade, and would be partially within the flood zone. The garage that we're eliminating, I said, was approximately 200 square feet. The pool is approximately 95 square feet, I believe, 94, 95 square feet, if my math's right, for the pool area itself. The intent would be the pool would be a saltwater pool. While it would be constructed in the deck, it would have to be supported on a stable base. Typically, the foundation systems in this subdivision have been helical piles with a standard concrete footing, and then your standard concrete walls, appropriate flood vents, and so forth. Pass through or gravel based underneath the existing structure itself, not to increase the impervious area basically of the site. This particular application does have some subsurface drainage that handled both roof runoff and the site drainage. That component doesn't change from the original application. So again, we're before you to amend the order for reconfiguration of the shape of the building, the shape of the decking and so forth. Driveways basically in the same spot, subsurface drainage is in the same spot. But the pool is the new component. And I think based on the letters that were submitted, seems to be an issue with the proponents that issued the letters. Again, zoning wise, HDC wise, I mean, I think, if we speak specifically to the pool as it affects your jurisdiction tonight, obviously we can have a conversation and kind of move forward with hopefully a discussion on whether that component will meet with the approval of the board. Happy to answer any questions that the board has, and then I'm sure Ashley will open it up to the public.
Thank you, Paul.
Oh, Ashley, could I add to this? The subdivision itself does have a vegetated wetland on it. The 100-foot jurisdiction does not come to this lot, so what we're talking about here is strictly land subject to coastal storm flowage. We are outside of the 100-foot buffer zone to the bordering vegetated wetland that is in the area of Washington Street. If you remember the application, Mariner Way connects Union Street to Washington Street extension, and that's where that vegetated wetland is located, outside the 100-foot jurisdictional of this particular lot.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Mark?
Yes, Ashley, through you to Paul. Paul, where does this stand in regards to the no pools allowed in the ROH?
So Mark, this subdivision was.
Paul, sorry to interrupt. Can everybody mute themselves? Because we're getting some funny feedback and it just is a clearer connection. All right, go ahead, Paul.
Mark, I don't know specifically the dates, but the reason why this can even be, I think, discussed is this property was approved by an approval required subdivision in 2015 or 16, whatever the date may have been. That was zoned RC at the time. That subdivision, or the approval required subdivision, carries with it, I believe, an 8-year zone freeze protection. And that's why this property would be protected, because now this is ROH. Obviously, the pools are no longer allowed in the ROH, but the subdivision itself, and I believe that's why we're having this discussion now. I'm not involved too much in the zoning aspect of it, but the subdivision itself has a zone freeze or protection from, and is protected for the RC zoning district.
Thank you, Paul. Seth, I had seen your hand go up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for any pools in the land subject to coastal storm flowage, I think there's two important performance standards in our local Nantucket wetland regulations. I'll take them out of order, but the first is number 2, which is projects shall not cause ground, surface, or saltwater pollution triggered by coastal storm flowage. I think in this case, if the top elevation of the pool is above the flood zone elevation and the pool is properly maintained and drained, then there isn't an opportunity at the current flood level for the waters to mix. Although it's clear that the flood level will probably increase soon, but we have to evaluate projects as the conditions are today. The second, which I think is more relevant in this case, is number 1, which is the work shall not reduce the ability of the land to absorb and contain floodwaters or buffer inland areas from flooding and wave damage. And in this case, even if the pool is located within the extent of the deck, the foundation of that pool is going to be beneath grade and enter into the land subject to coastal storm flowage, which would, in fact, restrict the ability of the site to absorb and contain floodwaters. So if there's a way for the applicant to take care of that by making the above ground pool entirely on top of the deck, or fixing the issue with absorbing and containing floodwaters, then that's fine. But currently, as approved, this pool does not meet the performance standards, in my opinion.
Thank you, Seth. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? I know I had a similar concern to Seth's second point as far as allowing floodwaters to actually flow and then hitting the wall of that pool. And I was more picturing a situation necessary where they have like a small hot tub or something on top of that decking area in order to avoid that. But I don't know, Paul, what your client is willing to do.
Okay.
But at this point, if there's no other questions or comments from commissioners, Mike, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Paul. Could you, Paul, the garage was going to be on slab. So this is would be a net improvement on the flood or the absorption. What were the square footages again on the garage versus the pool?
Correct, Mike. And I was going to bring that up again because due to Seth's comment, the garage itself was, I believe, around 200 square feet approximately. And although the garage would have to be constructed with flood vents, one would assume that the garage has a slab at grade. The garage, approximately 200 square feet, is being removed. The pool, based on the 12.5 by 7.5, is 94 square feet. So based on the original approval, there is a net benefit from what was previously approved as the garage to what now would, occupy an area that wouldn't, the floodwaters, as Seth had said, that pool area would take up less than, 105 square feet less than what the garage was previously approved.
Seth, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in response to Paul's comment, I respect that position, but it's really, and I think we've had this issue on other sites, but it's really the ability to contain. So, that even if the area of the garage was bigger square area, with the flood vents, the water is passing through and then, moving eventually offsite. With the pool, it's impossible to have a flood vent in a pool. That wouldn't be a pool anymore. You're hitting a barrier. And even if that barrier is smaller, our regulation, that's not exactly how our regulations work. Our regulations require that there's no barrier. And even if it was previously approved for a garage, a pool is a materially different structure. And I still think that there needs to be a way to absorb and contain that impact. And I think there probably are ways from an engineering perspective, but I don't think there's really a case that the structural error is less, so it's okay. That's not how our regulations are written.
And I agree, Seth, there's a way to probably mitigate this, but it's just that I don't have that readily available tonight. But I understand what you're saying.
Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Ashley. Paul, you didn't sound sure that the garage was going to have a concrete pad. I would have thought the commission would have approved a pervious floor for the garage in this particular zone, but I could be incorrect. But you didn't sound sure about the concrete pad.
Well, I'm making the assumption. I didn't permit this previously, but I would say I don't think I've seen a garage approved that doesn't have a concrete pad in it. I think number one, from from the building code perspective, because now you're storing vehicle. I think it's a given that if you're approving a garage, that there's a slab going in it. I would think so.
Okay.
Yeah, the flood vents still have to be there, but it's going to be a slab. I've yet to see one without one, I would think so.
So again, Joe. Oh, you're muted.
I appreciate Paul's explanation. I spent 15 years officiating U.S. swim meets. And when somebody talks about a pool, I know what a pool is. I had no idea this was 95 square feet. It almost sounds like a big spa versus a pool.
I refer to it as a septic tank, basically. It's a little bit smaller.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments from commissioners before I open it up to the public? Okay, so I just want to remind members of the public to please state your name, and if you are an abutting property owner, please state your address. Try not to be repetitive, but you can agree with other individuals. So Robert Lenahan.
Hi, my wife and I own 82 Union Street, the little house next to Consu Pond. So we abut the Mariner Way subdivision as a whole, and we wanted to come on and comment about our thoughts on the plans. And forgive me if I'm not familiar with the process of these meetings. Back in 2015, we lived abroad and didn't get the letters about the approval process of the entire subdivision until after the meetings happened. But we just wanted to let you guys know that our concern is about the permeable land in the subdivision, because since those houses were put up over the past couple of years and the houses behind us closer to the bay, we've noticed at 82 Union a significant increase in flooding coming into our property, including after storm standing water in the corner closest to the Mariner Way subdivision. And overall, there's been no record of significant frequent flooding of our house going back before we purchased the property. And so we have noticed that there's been a change afterwards, both because of the grade of the overall subdivision and the reduction in permeable land. So we'd like to object to the pool and the reduction in permeable land.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Amy Kehoane. Sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly.
No problem. Thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity to comment on the proposed plan for 2 Mariner Way. My name is Amy Ford Cohane, and my husband, John Hardig, who's also on the call, and I live at 76 Union Street, directly next to the proposed 2 Mariner house. We bought 76 Union in June of 2018, and we were aware that houses were going to be built on the adjacent land, but we had confidence that the HDC and Conservation Committee would hold builders to a standard that would preserve the integrity of the historic district and our rich and fragile natural surroundings. A coalition of concerned neighbors is here to urge the Conservation Committee to reject the plan to allow a pool at 2 Mariner Way. You've received letters from many of us who are on the abutting list, including Bob, as well as other concerned residents in the area. The following residents on the abutting residents are objecting to this proposal: Paul Kessler, Frank Stasiowski, Kim and Richard Franco, Mitch Carlin, and Diane Pitt, all of ABCD 115 Washington Street, Ashley and Bob Lenahan of 82 Union Street, Amy Cohane and John Hardig of 76 Union, Brian and Meg Rawson of 3 Mariner Way, Michael Carey and Faria Khan of 1 Mariner Way, and Jill and Jim Cobb of 72 Union Street. The addition of the pool changes the originally approved plans in a material and harmful way, in our opinion. Our homes are already in a flood zone. Bob described the amount of flooding that they're getting. The reason I met them just recently is because I said, how come you always have a sandbag in front of your front door? And they said, well, we've had this flooding for years since these construction happened. We believe that our homes are in a flood zone, and the construction of the 3 homes in this area are going to have a significant impact on the water table and flow of water in an area where flooding is already rampant and sea levels are rising. 76 Union has standing water after every rainfall, particularly on the property line right next to 2 Mariner Way, on which the other side would be a deck with a pool. So we already have standing water on a persistent basis after storms. In addition to the concern about flooding to our properties, we're deeply concerned about the impact of the inevitable overflow by and drainage of pools and the natural resources in the vicinity. And I asked Madam Commissioner if Mitch Carlin of Washington Street could speak to this. He also registered to make a public comment. Mitch, where are you?
I'm right here.
Mitch
Madam
Carlin.
Right, Madam Chairman, thank you very much. We're concerned, the coalition of people in the area, not only
Sorry, Mitch, can you remind us of your address?
I'm sorry, I'm at 115 and Diane Pitt at 115 Washington. We own units C and D, which are abutting the wetlands and the other units in this Mariner Way project. Our concern, besides the fact of a pool, and we share the other people's concerns about the depth, which is not identified as to how deep this pool is that will impede the groundwater. But we do get flooding. We do get some coastal flooding. And a concern is if they drain the pool about chlorine and algicides and other things that may affect Goose Pond, which is very close by, may affect the wetlands that are between here and Washington Street. Washington Street and Washington Street Extension are clearly identified as targeted areas in the Nantucket Coastal Resiliency Plan, and to the point that they're even projecting an elevated walkway, and all we're doing is not being proactive in this proposed water source, which I agree to Paul's comment and comment that it's a big septic tank. I'm not sure what what that is all about, why we would take that risk in this area. The wetlands are right here. The town of Vail owns the wetlands, and it's on the resiliency plan.
And I just wanted to loop back, if you don't mind, Madam Commissioner.
Yes.
Our coalition also, oh, sorry.
I said, go ahead. Yep.
Thank you. Our coalition urges the Conservation Commission also to reject the request because it's a betrayal to this magical neighborhood that is defined by the wetlands, the Goose Pond, and the harbor. While it might be technically allowed because of the area's prior zoning code that goes back to 2015, is most definitely not in the spirit of what we believe the Conservation Commission stands for. If the developer is successful in building a pool at 2, they will surely plow ahead with plans to build the proposed pools at 4 and 6. And this natural habitat in the heart of the historic district will be shattered. It sounded to me like with some of these questions, it was like everyone's trying to figure out a workaround on how to make a pool happen. Well, I don't know how we got to that place where we're like trying to save the pools instead of save the wetlands. And it just doesn't feel like in the spirit of this really magical neighborhood. And I think Bob had one more quick comment and then.
Okay. So Amy, just to clarify, our role as conservation commissioners is to try and assist applicants in permitting their projects within our wetlands bylaw and the state act. So we are here to assist applicants. I realize that there's a lot of neighborhood concerns about the pool, but that's where we are coming from as commissioners. And that's our role. So just
but not to necessarily assist the applicants, isn't it to also protect our habitat? I mean, I went to your website and understood.
So Amy, with all due respect, please don't interrupt without being recognized. Our bylaw allows things to be permitted if they do not cause adverse impacts to the resource areas. So, we try and give applicants options to permit their projects if possible. And again, that's our role in working with project applicants if it falls within our bylaw. I see Ashley Lenahan with your hand up.
Hi, sorry, I just wanted to chime in. Ashley Lenahan, I'm the wife of Robert who spoke earlier at 82 Union Street on a budding property. And I won't repeat what he said, but I did want to chime in to agree with the points that Mitch raised earlier about the importance of the Goose Pond. I am very worried about the drainage of the pool and the process of maintenance and the chemicals involved, even in a saltwater pool. I know people who have saltwater pools, and that could be, really dangerous for the very beloved community resource of the Goose Pond as well as the wetlands. So that is just really important to us. And of great concern. And also to chime in and agree with the comments that were made earlier on the difference between a pool versus a concrete pad, because it doesn't show how deep that pool will go into the ground and just the barrier that creates. We've seen that with some other things that have gone in on the other side of Marrier Way, and how that flow of water that you can actually see when it rains goes through. It's really concerning to us, that difference in the barrier that would be created, especially not just resting on the ground, but also potentially into the ground, because of the potential for that to create a rise in our local water table. One of the things that we've seen since all of the houses on 1 and 3 Mariner Way have gone in, but also the houses behind us, is we have a hatch below our property or in our floor so that we can look below our property and get to bits and bobs under it. And we've actually seen the water level rise beneath our house as a result of some of these buildings, like right after they were built, not the concomitant rise that we're all experiencing across the island. So those were some of our big concerns, and I just want to thank you and the committee for everything that you're doing and protecting. So thank you.
Thank you. Seth, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just hoping to clarify the process, if I may, for people who might be newer to this.
Go ahead.
So as the chair said, in relation to our role, it's not actually just a role. We have a regulatory responsibility to try to permit applications or condition applications in a way that can meet the performance standards of our protected resources, and only deny projects if they cannot be conditioned to meet the performance standards. So once the hearing closes, there is another process called the orders of conditions, which would take into account any of the pool maintenance or pool dealing with the pool type requirements that would condition the pool into how it can be drained, when it can be drained, who needs to be notified, where it can be drained to, what chemicals can be used, very stringent requirements. So that this is our regulatory responsibility. I think we each have our own personal opinions. I personally think there should not be a pool here, but that's not our job. Our job is to look at the Wetlands Protection Act and the Nantucket wetlands local regulations, look at the resource areas and the performance standards for those resource areas, and attempt to condition projects so that they can meet those performance standards. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Seth. You're always able to say things much more articulately than I seem to be able to. Any other questions or comments? It looks like, is that Jill Cobbs?
Hi, I'm Jill Cobbs. I'm at 72 Union Street. I have an unusual, situation. In my backyard, there's a town of Nantucket drain, and presumably it was installed to reduce flooding from heavy rainfall. However, not only does it not drain, but it flows from someone else on island and actually flows up the drain, and a small geyser is created. And I submitted a video. I don't know if it was received by the commission yesterday with an email, but our driveway gets flooded right away from this drain. And I contacted, so we moved in a year ago, September. A year ago, I submitted a request or a form to DPW with the video and requested they address the problem. And I followed up about 6 months ago, and I haven't heard back from them. So I'm very concerned personally that this pool would exacerbate the problem. It's a personal problem, but anyway.
Thank you, Ms. Cobbs.
Thank you.
That sounds like somewhat of a separate issue with this drain. So maybe we can look, more into that issue as a potential enforcement against the town or something. But we'll maybe have staff check into that.
Okay, it's just that there is flooding already in this neighborhood. Every rainfall.
It is the flood zone, so
it is.
Will be flooding. But we realize that the concern is that the pool will exacerbate that flooding.
Exactly. That's my point. Thank you.
Will, I see your hand up. And then Joe, I see you.
Hi, just real quick side note to Jill. I'm going to send you an email and we can follow up on that storm drain issue.
Perfect. Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
Joe, I saw your hand up.
Yes, this relates to Jill Cobbs. I hope she's not showing up for the meeting on May 27th.
I
don't know what that is.
Well,
I've lost-
here's what it is. It says the commission in advance of the public hearing scheduled for 5 p.m. May 27, 2023. All I'm saying is that's a Saturday and we don't meet on Saturday.
Okay, maybe she was meaning April. I'm not following.
I think so. I believe that's what she probably meant.
On what? I'm sorry, I've lost you.
So can you clarify? Because I think I lost you a little bit too. Is this a missed
This,
date on
this
email?
this is an email from Jill Cobbs sent to Will. And it says, Dear Conservation Committee. She talks about the attached video, which I will say I did look at the video and it's troubling. And then it goes on to say that she's going to be at the public hearing scheduled for 5 p.m. May 27th.
Yeah, so I think
I think that's an error.
Oh, I'm sorry. April.
Yeah, and
My apologies.
Got it. Okay.
Sorry. I am here.
Yeah, I think I
mistyped.
Yeah, no worries. We all make typos.
Yikes.
Yeah, I would not worry about that one. All right, so back to public comment. We have Faria Khan.
Hi, this is Michael Carey and Faria Khan. We're owners of One Mariner Way for the last 2 years. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, commissioners, for all your work. I'm not going to add anything else except to say that we're in agreement with pretty much everyone else as our opposition to the pool for the reasons that have already been stated. I don't want to take up any more time, but wanted to be recognized and make those statements. Thank you.
Thank you. John Hardig.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm John Hardig. I reside at 76 Union with Amy Cohane. And I just want to reiterate Seth Engelberg's comments of does not meet performance standards in that the pool shall not cause groundwater flooding, shall not reduce ability of the land to safely absorb water. We do live in a flood zone. We do have flooding after every rainstorm or otherwise. The crawl space is flooded with water always. We're remediating that right now, thousands of dollars of remediation. So I would petition a study, an evaluation of the existing flooding situation. Happy to present photographs or invite the committee to visit, personally inspect what it looks like. It's different than it was 2 years ago. So we're now remediating issues over the last 24, 36 months because of flooding. So this is the natural phenomenon. Water does not flow toward the ocean. And that can only be exacerbated by a subdivision of rentals with pools. It may be or maybe not there to drive, maximize rental income because that's an emotional comment, but a subdivision will exacerbate a flooding situation that currently exists. So it needs to be sort of looked at today with fresh eyes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So it does appear we have a comment on YouTube from Deanne Atherton. She says, we understand that each matter is discrete. However, when can the commission consider the cumulative impact of such requests? Thank you. I think cumulative impact from multiple properties and applications, unfortunately isn't well written within our bylaw or the state act. And we have to take applications separately. But thank you for that comment. Any other questions or comments from commissioners or the public? Ian?
Thank you, Ashley. So I also saw Jill Cobb's video and I found that very disturbing. And I hope that Will be able to get in touch with the DPW on her behalf, although my understanding is the DPW is in something of a shambles at the moment. So good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. So at this point, with no further comment, Paul, what would you like to do? I know I am not in favor of the pool as it sits on the ground. I don't know. I think I don't want to speak for Seth, but it sounds like he's in the same boat there.
That's a truly terrible pun, but I'm also in the same boat.
Okay. Thank you.
Make it easy on everyone. My intent is to continue until the next meeting.
Okay. So if there's no further questions or comments on 2 Mariner Way, this matter will continue until May 11th.
Thank you, everyone.
Ashley Lanahan, do you have a point of
A quick question. What does that mean? That it will continue? Just for those of us who aren't as familiar with the process.
So essentially, the commission hasn't made a decision. This will move to our next meeting, and that gives the applicant a chance to revise plans, ask questions of the property owner, and then come back with something that might be more amenable if possible.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And thank you, members of the public, for participating. It's not always easy to talk in front of a public board, so thank you. We appreciate participation. So that moves us on in our amended orders to Stark Point LLC at 16 Easton Street, also represented by Paul Santos.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Again, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors on behalf of the property owner and applicant Stark Point LLC. This is a request for an amended order of conditions. The project was issued in order of conditions on September 13th of 2022 for the removal of existing structures, construction of 3 new structures, decking, stairways, and modification of a previous driveway with associated grading, landscaping, and utilities within land subject to coastal storm flowage and the buffer zone to a coastal bank, which is the bulkhead associated with the harbor to the south of the property. An amended order of conditions was issued on December 6th, 2022 to include our subsurface vault and compensatory storage for the property. Although the initial application did have within it references to landscaping, utilities, and so forth, there was not at that time a specific landscape plan that had been provided with regard to the general site layout. That was provided to us, and we thought it fit to submit an amended order of conditions to incorporate and review the landscape program and amend the order accordingly. Essentially, the plan sets forth the building locations as previously approved. If you recall, there was no significant change or any change to the grades on the specific site. This shows a crushed shell driveway at the front of the project or in the north side of the project on Easton Street. Shows an interior walkway, and then shows a stone terrace along the backside or the water side of the specific property. The driveway itself is a shell. We've asked that all the materials on the inside of the site be dry laid. Both the entry walkway and the stone terrace area along the back have all been specified as dry laid material. We've respected the 25-foot no disturb, which is an existing lawn area that already exists. The building itself was set back outside the 50-foot no build of the bulkhead. That's the application before you, again, incorporating a more detailed landscape plan for the commission's review. And happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Paul. So Paul, I have a question and then I'll open it up to everybody. Was I correct in noticing a lot of like curbing and raised like landscape walls?
I don't think so much walls, Ashley, but yeah, there is curbing shown on, there's curbing on the driveway. Yes, you are correct.
Okay, and around like that sitting area in the front as well?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, and how raised are those elements?
That I would suspect no more than, I wouldn't think it would rise to the level of 6 inches, but I don't know the answer to that, Ashley, but I did know, let me see here. Scuppers through curb to allow for drainage. That I don't know, Ashley. I would have to find out. I would think 6 inches would be kind of dramatic out here. I'm assuming it's just some type of almost lip, if you would. But to specifically answer that question, I can't answer that right now.
Okay, thank you. Linda, I see your hand up. Linda, you're muted.
Having trouble with my cursor here. Explain to me again what's happening on the water side. What's new over there on that water side? It was a interesting site plan, but I know you mentioned it earlier about what's happening on the water side of this thing.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Paul, you're muted if you're trying to reply.
Yes, I thought I hit screen and I hit mute.
Technology, I'm tired of it.
Along the harbor side there, you have the bulkhead. There's this big stone, just a stone area that has some timber edging on it. And then it was all lawn up to the existing dwelling. So there is a 36 by 16 dry laid irregular stone terrace, basically at grade, centered on the back of the house.
What's the distance to the bulkhead?
It's over 25 feet.
I think of everything you're proposing here, I think I'm having the most trouble with that hardscape. I thought it was all lawn. I'm having the most difficulty with that side of it, at that close to the bulkhead.
Yeah, well, the majority of it is currently lawn now. Again, it's less than a quarter of the lot, maybe between, it's basically, like I said, 36 by 16 centered on the exit of the main house. The majority of that area stays lawn.
Okay, but I think that the hardscape there, I think I'm having the most trouble with.
Thank you, Linda. Seth, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To that same vein, Paul, do you have any details on these planting beds that are called out? Planting beds sometimes means a variety of things. If it's just a patch of dirt or if it's, a raised bed with fencing and things like that. And any of that would certainly rise to the level of a structural element. I think some of the potential edging could rise to a structural element too. So I'd like to also see the details on that.
Are you talking about a plant list, Seth? Is that what more so
yeah, I think we would definitely condition the plant list to be all native species within the 50-foot buffer. But I'm actually not talking about the list right now. I'm talking about what the aesthetic of that planting bed is. Is it a raised like timber bed with, raised above grade with deer fence and what have you? And because that's a structural element.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Okay, if not, we'll open this up to the public. So Stark Point LLC at 16 Easton Street. It does not appear that we have any public comment on YouTube. I know, Paul, generally when I look at this landscape plan, I am concerned about the property's ability to contain floodwater, even if many of these elements are dry laid. I think they'll get compacted very quickly. And it seems like it's just quite extensive in this area of the flood zone. I know the little landscape walls concern me as far as directing floodwaters or excluding them from certain areas and pushing them to other spots. I also don't know if maybe the applicant would consider maybe revegetating that lawn area between the bulkhead and the 25 with plant species that might actually encourage better absorption of water in order to maybe mitigate some of the intense development on this site. Is just kind of my thoughts at this point. But if there's no further questions or comments from commissioners, Paul, what would you like to do with this one?
I would like to continue this till the next meeting.
Okay, so this will continue until May 11th. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
So this moves us on in the meeting to requests for determination of applicability. We have Nantucket Yard Guard at 7 Gull Island Lane. Will, are you taking this one?
Yes, if I can unmute. Let me just share my screen. So this one is, if some of you guys will remember, I took you by here just to take a look at the trees. This was for a removal of some sycamore maples that are along the roadside of Gull Island. Some of these trees are in pretty bad shape and they're all leaning over the road and surrounding houses. So they're all kind of marked in these X's here, and they're on the edge of Gull Island Road and then, you know, right around these houses. So I believe it's 9 trees. We had a meeting on site with Yard Guard, Jeff and I, and you guys know I'm a tree hugger and an arborist, but I definitely saw some risky business going on in these trees and would not feel upset about them being taken down. So we were recommending a -3 on this.
So Will, that's allowing for the work without the benefit of a permit?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Linda, I see your hand up.
I'm in full support of this. I work a lot with Dale Gary, and sycamore maples, as we all know, are deadly. They're an invasive species. You can't even replant any part of them anywhere on this island, and you've got to clean up all the chips and make sure they don't go anywhere because they don't want to see them anymore. So I'm all in favor of this. Quicker the better.
Thank you, Linda. Ian?
Yeah, Will, is there any plan to replace them with some other plantings?
So this was just to remove these kind of potentially hazardous, I guess I'll call them. We like to use the word risk trees when there's a hazard and a target. So this was just for the removal of these invasives, but there was no I can't make words right now. I've been awake for like 2 days, but there was no proposed planting.
Thank you, Will. Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Will, and I would be pretty sure that this is not the case, but there's no danger with them being town trees. Is there, Will, in that area?
No, so we've talked to Dale about this one. So the ones that are actually along Westchester are town trees, but nothing in there is considered a town tree.
Great, thank you.
So Will, I know this is an RDA and I'm all in favor for removing the invasive trees, but I know recently we've had a lot of tree felling in wetland areas that has kind of concerned the public, and rightfully so. And I'm just wondering if staff can mark those trees. I just want to make sure that there isn't.
Yeah, Yard Guard, I don't mean to interrupt, but Yard Guard actually marked the trees. They should still be marked. They were marked like last week when I went through.
Okay, perfect. So if there are no further questions, would somebody like to make a motion to issue the -3 allowing for the work without the benefit of a permit? Mike is making that motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Mark. By roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Erisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that moves us on to minor modifications. We have Kaiser Realty Trust at 43 Millbrook Road, represented by Brian Madden.
Thank you very much. There we go. Hi, Brian Madden from LEC Environmental, representing the Kaisers. The proposed minor mod involves adding a staircase on the south side of the garage for some second floor access, which was not incorporated into the original design. They are also proposing to expand the invasive species management area and restoration area by about 800 square feet, 825 square feet, to fully get rid of all the invasive species that were out there. And with that, I'll turn over to questions.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Joe?
What struck me was the staircase going up the side of the garage. I thought it was headed to a studio apartment of some sort.
No habitable space in there. There's no connection to the septic. It's just a workspace for Pete.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Looks like no. Will, do we have everything we'd need to issue the minor mod?
Yes, we do.
Brian, would you like us to issue tonight?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion to issue? Motion made by Ian, seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Erisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you, Brian. And that moves us on to 46 Union Trust at 46 Union Street, represented by Paul Santos.
Thank you. For the record, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors on behalf of the applicant, the trustees of 46 Union Trust. This is a minor modification, actually the second minor modification request that we filed for this property. The original order permitted the renovation in addition to an existing dwelling, installation of decking, and installation of a pervious driveway with associated grading, landscaping, and utilities within land subject to coastal storm flowage. Waivers were not required for the previous work. Minor modification was filed and approved for repair of board fencing and revisions to the building access, which was the back deck to the property. Within this request, we are seeking a revised site layout that relocates the driveway closer to the existing dwelling and away from the abutting property, and then incorporates a detailed landscape layout for the subject property. That plan was prepared by Ben Shampoo. It is in your packet. There we go. And at this point, I believe Ben is on, and I'm going to step aside and let Ben explain the landscape component and the plan itself, if that's okay with Ben.
Sure. Okay, Ben Shampoo for the applicant. So this lot, I think a lot of you have been down to sort of see how this is, where this is and how it relates to another project to the east of it. It's fairly wet in that north corner. So what I tried to do is design an area to capture as much site water as possible up in that corner. And I've used a mix of native wetland species in that sort of hatched with blue area. But this whole site is, I think, subject to coastal storm flowage. We took the driveway out. It was originally at the east of the lot. Just kind of, the owner just wanted a minimal turn in. The lawn was existing. She wanted to keep, some lawn to be able to be used, knowing that it's probably going to be wet and not need much irrigation, but we have supplemental irrigation figured into this for establishment. Other than that, red maples, there are a mix of native and non-native species east of the lot.
Sorry, Ben, can you hold on? Can everybody mute who's not speaking? Sorry, Ben.
That's okay.
Or Will, can you mute everybody? Thank you. Go ahead, Ben.
So this being a resource areas, to capture stormwater, but not a vegetated wetland buffer necessarily. I used a mixture of native and non-native species for around the house and in some other areas. All, I think, appropriate for absorbing water and for living in these conditions. And also allowing for some, color that the client wanted. But I think it does a good job of sitting on the site with very little impact and hopefully allowing for this lot and even adjoining lots to absorb site water like it should. So that is, I guess, the gist of it.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Paul. Seth, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Overall, I think the planting schedule is pretty good, but I'd request that you please remove the Pennisedum alopecuroides. That's a species that the Nantucket Conservation Commission has requested other applicants to remove. It's currently listed as invasive in 4 states. Massachusetts is not one of them, but it's one of the species that MyPAG has on its docket to consider for invasive classification in the future.
Okay.
So that fountain grass, you could just use something else. We would really appreciate.
Maybe replace with panicum or prairie dropseed or something.
That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mike, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ben. I think the design looks good. I like the rain garden. I'm not sure if my question is for you or for Paul, but on the plan before we looked at the landscape plan, there was a timber edge that was indicated. I don't know if that's like a leftover from the Act Hang 10 plan, because we went back and forth on this a while ago, but we made him take the timber edge out. So could you just clarify if that is timber edge is part of your plan?
Mike, this is Paul Santos. Yeah, that was removed as part of your order of conditions for the ACK Hang 10 LLC property.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
It was not on our property, it was on the other property.
Great.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? I know I appreciate using plants in a rain garden to try and infiltrate more stormwater. So thank you for incorporating that. Will, do we have everything we would need to close or issue?
Yes, we do.
Paul and Ben, would you like us to issue this evening?
Yeah, please.
Is there a motion to issue the minor mod? Motion made by Mike, seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Garrisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Zarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Great, that carries unanimously.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that moves us on to certificates of compliance. We have 55 Pocomo Realty Trust at 55 Pocomo Road. And Will, I'm assuming you're going to take these.
Sorry about that, just moving 800 windows around. All right. So our first one was 55 Pocomo Road. Oh, sorry, I don't have a plan for these. We've been out there, everything's as it is supposed to be, but I have continuing conditions for 55 Pocomo. We had 19 and 20 ongoing, which are 19 was all structural materials such as choir logs, posts, anchors shall be marked for identification. Distinguishing marks shall include tagging of plastic and branding of wood or metal. And then condition 20, which is the applicant shall be responsible for retrieving any and all materials stored, dislodged, or washed off site for the life of the project.
Will, question for you. Did this one have temporary irrigation?
Not that I saw on the order. This was for Pocomo friends or Pocomo neighbors, sorry. But let me double check.
I just know a lot of them have irrigation heads, and they should probably be getting removed if we're
Right.
certs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like for a condition. I didn't see any irrigation heads when I actually visited the property.
Okay, so hopefully
Yeah.
they're taking them out then.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? And if not, would somebody like to make the motion to issue the cert with ongoing conditions 19 and 20? Motion made by Joe. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Seth. So by roll vote, and it looks like we've lost Mark. Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Miserelli. Mike, you're muted if you're trying to speak.
I wonder if we're having some sort of a computer glitch tonight everywhere.
No, I mean, I'm going to say it's Mercury retrograde. Throw that astrological fun out there. So we might not have Mike on right now either. Plandowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye, there he is.
There we go. Mike, do you approve of issuing the cert for 55 Pocomo?
Aye.
So that carries, although we've lost Commissioner Beal at this point. All right, so that moves us on to Nantucket Island's Land Bank at 160 and 162 Orange Street.
Yep. Been out there, everything is as it's supposed to be, and I do not have ongoing conditions for this one.
Thank you, Will. If there aren't any questions or comments from commissioners, would somebody like to make the motion to issue the cert for Nantucket Island's Land Bank at 160 and 162 Orange Street? Joe, are you making that motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mike. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Miserelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. That moves us to Lenhart at 25 Dukes Road.
So this one, everything was as it's supposed to be shown on the plans, but I had a question for a potential ongoing condition. I wasn't sure if this is one we want to keep going. There was a condition 20 that was prior to the start of the growing season, the applicant shall provide a Japanese knotweed management plan for review and approval. Mowing may continue during review of this management plan if knotweed starts to grow and the proposed plan has been filed. I wasn't sure if that gives them continued knotweed management.
Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to speak to this specifically because I was the person who drafted this condition. When they came
Sure.
in, they were hoping to just manage the knotweed by continuous mowing, and I had indicated that's actually not an ideal way to manage knotweed. It actually might make the problem worse. So we put this condition into place essentially to get them to submit a robust management plan rather than just continue the mowing, but allow them to continue the mowing up until that management plan had been submitted. So I guess the question is, have they submitted the management plan, and have they done the work in compliance with that management plan? Because that's the part of this project I am unsure about.
Right. Which that can be dug into more if we want to hold on this, or if we just don't want to continue that condition. It seems like a moot point to continue it.
Yeah, I guess the fear is that they'll just continue to mow indefinitely without actually kind of taking better proactive steps to
Right.
tackle the knotweed. So
Yeah.
maybe this is a good one to hold over until we have that information.
That is fine.
As long as that's okay with my fellow commissioners, Seth?
Yes, it is, and it's preferred. And I would actually say that because I have no recollection of this plan coming in, but maybe it came to staff and they reviewed it. I would say that if it never came in, they're actually substantially not in compliance with their order, and that they do need to actually submit a plan and do the management of that knotweed before a COC could be issued.
Let me try to track this down before the next meeting.
All right, perfect. So we'll hold Lenhart over until the May 11th meeting. This moves us to 18 Grove Lane Realty Trust at 18 Grove Lane.
Sorry, just making a quick note. All right. 18 Grove Lane was a very old school looking findings page. We went out there, everything is as it's supposed to be. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right one. So condition 11 for this one, though, I had a specific note that this shall be an ongoing condition. To minimize adverse effects on wildlife and water resources, the use of any pesticide or fertilizer requires explicit permission to be granted by the commission. This shall be an ongoing condition that shall survive the expiration of this permit and shall be so noted on the certificate of compliance.
Thank you, Will. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little bit confused. I don't know if we're talking about the same project. The 18 Grove Lane application I have before me is a request for a certificate for a order of conditions that's lapsed and no longer valid because the work was never started. So I don't know what we're talking about.
So is that a different, this is for DEP number SE 481460, which is the one on the agenda. I'm just curious what.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. 481460 in number 5 on the first page.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of the page, Will.
They're looking for the third box, which is what is used for projects that had a valid order, but actually they never did the work.
Yeah, that's my mistake. This is the one that came in last week that no work was completed. I printed this out and saw this ongoing condition thing and thought that this was I just crossed a wire.
So
That's irrelevant. My bad. This work never happened.
So in that case, because I think they were requesting a partial certificate, if I'm remembering correctly. And
let me look.
The procedural question, shouldn't we just invalidate the order rather than issue a partial cert if nothing was constructed? But I could be wrong, Seth.
They're not asking for a partial cert. They're asking for the third box, which is to invalidate the order.
Yeah.
Okay, I must have misread that. All right, so would somebody like to make a motion to invalidate the order for 18 Grove Lane, SE 481460?
So moved.
Motion made by Seth, seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us to, sorry, I can't see the small type. Robert E. Furdak Trust LLC at 26 Westchester Street.
All right. This is work that happened. So 26 Westchester Street, everything is all good. We wanted to continue the pool conditions, which on this one are 24 through 27. So that the pool shall not be drained or discharged into an area within the jurisdiction of the commission. 25, the pool shall not be chemically treated between November 1st and May 1st. 26, all chemical treatments shall stop 3 weeks prior to any draining or discharging of the pool. And 27, our lighting condition, all lighting shall be directed downwards and away from the resource area. Slightly different than our current lighting condition, but.
Thank you, Will. Any questions or comments from commissioners? And if not, would somebody like to make a motion to issue the cert with ongoing conditions 24 through 27? Motion made by Joe. Is there a second? Seconded by Mike. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that moves us on to Brody at 11 E Street.
So 11 E Street, everything's as it appears on the plan. We have an ongoing condition for lighting, condition 19. All lighting shall be directed downwards and away from the resource area, and efforts made not have the lighting on when not in use. Another different lighting condition.
Will, I had a question about this one because this was the, I just want to make sure I'm correct. The like revegetation all on the front of the marsh, essentially.
Yes. Yeah.
Did they actually submit their annual planting documents demonstrating survivability?
That's something I'd have to check because this is from 2018. Would check with Jeff if we want to hold over for the next one.
Yeah, because it's one I'm
I
worried
can't
about.
answer that, but
Because especially like if you went out recently to check the site, you can't really tell what plants are
right
there because they're dormant. So I just want to make sure we have that information. Joe, I see your hand up, and then Brian, I'll go to you.
Yeah, some clarity. It was not on when not in use. What does that mean?
So
Not on when not in use.
like a lot of people like flip their outside lights on and like keep it lit up all night long. Like they just have their landscape lights on. So if you're not out and walking around, then it's off, which really everybody should do anyway. Brian, do you have clarification for us?
Yes. So Brian Madden for the record. I have been out there monitoring the plantings, and we've been out there during the growing season, and they have successfully established
Oh, we're
They're
really,
doing quite well out there. I think we had submitted some primarily in leaf out condition.
okay. So you have submitted the annual planting reports as required?
I have to go back, but I have been out there doing the monitoring. I can't recall off the top of my head when those reports were submitted.
I know I'd like to make sure they were in. I don't know if any other commissioners feel the same before we issue.
Absolutely.
And I'm seeing Seth shake his head yes. So I guess we'll hold this one over Brody 11 E Street to make sure that those annual reports had come in. Thank you, Will, for making another note to check on that. And thank you, Brian, for clarifying. That moves us on to Killian at 10 Mayhew Lane.
All right. 10 Mayhew Lane. So we once again, this is all set. We had pool, this was for the installation of a pool. So we had pool conditions, 19 through 23. So 19 is the pool shall not be drained or discharged into an area within the jurisdiction of the commission. 20, the pool shall not be chemically treated between November 1st and May 1st. 21, all chemical treatments shall stop 3 weeks prior to any draining or discharging of the pool. 22, all lighting shall be directed downwards and away from the resource area. 23, the applicant shall provide the contact information for the company maintaining the pool. The pool company shall provide 48-hour notice of any draining to the commission with a plan showing where the pool shall be drained to.
Thank you, Will. Any questions or comments from commissioners?
Yes.
Ian?
So half of these, I didn't get the conditions, which made it hard, Will. And on this particular one where I do, a report demonstrating the site conditions at the beginning and end of the growing season shall be submitted for each year. Did they submit it for 3 years?
That's, I can just check on all these if we want. I don't know that we don't have them in the O drive, so I'll have to check with Jeff.
Well, I mean, if I may, Madam Chair, through you.
Yep, Ian?
I think it's important, Will, going forward. I mean, these are conditions that we've attached and we need proof. We need you to have seen that this is actually, that they've abided by all these conditions.
Yeah, right. I would agree. I guess I'm just assuming based on how I'm tracking these things now that, you know, we have these in a spreadsheet and I know that we're either going to get a submission every year or not. So I'm using a different system now than I think that has been used. So I just have to check in and make sure that these things are there.
Great. Well, it sounds like a pain, but I think it's a reasonable request.
I agree. I totally agree.
Thank you, Ian. Seth, I saw your hand going up, and then Brian, I'll go to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. There's also condition number 27, which is the applicant shall file a partial certificate of compliance upon the initial planting and seeding, complete with the as-built planting plan included demonstrating compliance. I don't know if that was filed, especially given that they're filing for the full cert now. It possibly wasn't. And at this point, I don't think we can go back in the future or go back in the past and get a partial cert if we're asking for the full cert. But it is important that we're checking up on these orders of conditions. And I know it's a lot of work for the staff. And there's a lot of projects with annual reporting requirements, but we do need to do a better job making sure that those requirements are being met, or else there's no point in our conditioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. And I think part of it too is, we finally have somebody who's fully dedicated to the Conservation Commission. So thank you, Will. And I don't know that, all of the old information was fully transferred to him. And I think we're still kind of dealing with that, kind of the combination of records. And I think hopefully moving forward will be a lot more organized. So we're thankful to have you in the office, Will.
Well, I'm hoping that 3 to 5 years from now, I'll be able to just answer all these questions from the top of my head. So bear with me as we move forward with hopefully
You said
good
3 to 5
organization.
weeks, right? You said
I
3 to
said
5
3 to
weeks,
5.
right?
3 to 5 years. These permits are for 3 years. Come on.
I might be dead in 3 to 5 years, for God's sakes.
Boy. Brian, did you have clarification for this one?
Yeah. So I don't believe a partial cert was filed. In this one, I want to say we're coming up on the second growing season post planting. So, I mean, I guess I'd ask the commission how they want to proceed forward with something like this, where, certainly we can do ongoing monitoring and reporting obligations and tie that into a certificate of compliance, or roll this one into a partial cert. I think there's multiple ways we could approach that.
Thank you, Brian. I know I would like to make sure we have those documents in the office before issuing the cert in this case. I realize that it extends things a bit for this property owner. I don't know how other commissioners feel as far as trying to maybe issue a partial.
No, I agree with you, Ashley.
So I think this one will probably hold over until May 11th again, or also in order to just double check some of these requirements. All right, so again, Killian at 10 Mayhew is going to continue until May 11th. That brings us to Third Time Trust at 41A Cliff Road.
Just to avoid the same conversation again, this one also had a yearly herbicide report that was supposed to be provided. So, and I can't tell you if we have that at the current juncture.
Okay, so I think maybe let's continue that one as well, just to be consistent and make sure that we're checking all our boxes before we move forward. So Third Time Trust at 41A Cliff Road will continue until May 11th. And that brings us to EPWL Polls LLC at 44, 46, 48, and 55 Warren's Landing Road.
All right. This one was at utility. It was utility poles along Warren's Landing. They're all where they're supposed to be. There was one condition, and there will be no ongoing conditions for this one.
Thank you, Will.
How about no power outages in the future, Will?
We can't add conditions to these, can we?
So if there's no questions or comments, would somebody like to make a motion to issue the cert? Mike's making that motion. I'll give the second to Ian. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Plendowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that brings us on to orders of conditions. Will sent these out earlier. And we'll begin with the Nantucket Islands Land Bank at 158 and 160 Orange Street.
All right. So for 158 and 160 Orange Street, I just have our 18 and 19. Is there any conditions that anybody would like to add to this?
The thought I had on this one was, and I'm sure it's probably not an issue, but I've seen like these rope, some rope, sometimes like these rope fences, like they put like plastic ropes out. I don't think that would be good down there. Just net. I don't know how we word it, but natural rope on the fence.
Yeah. Condition a natural fiber rope to be used for the post and rope fencing.
Yes, please.
Thank you. That's a great idea, Mike. Any other thoughts, questions, comments on the order for the land bank? Oh, Ian, you're
Yeah,
muted.
sorry, but so Mike, are you saying that a nylon rope, like the sort of rope that is used by nearly every boat in the world, shouldn't be used, that it has to be hemp?
Yeah, I think so.
The thought hadn't occurred to me.
I mean, if it's plastic rope and it just goes and gets wrapped around, that doesn't seem sensible to me. I'm not insistent on it if other commissioners think it's ridiculous, but
No, I don't think it's ridiculous at all, except that, you know, I mean, normally, I don't know how difficult hemp rope is to find. I don't suppose it is difficult at all. But nylon is not plastic. In other words, you know, a multi-cord nylon rope should last for 5 to 10 years at least. But I don't have a dog in the fight, Mike, so I'm perfectly willing to defer to you on this subject.
Yeah, so Ian, nylon is like a poly fiber, so it is a kind of a plastic base, and fishermen shouldn't be using them because whales get stuck in it and then it doesn't break down. So
Right.
I'm all for that one. Seth, I see your hand going up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, wildlife is one of our protected interests, and materials like plastic or nylon rope, you know, can snag birds or could be taken for nests and kill chicks. And I think, Ian, although you're right, everybody in the harbor and elsewhere is probably doing it, doesn't mean they should. And I strongly think we should insist on the natural fiber rope, and it's also aesthetically much prettier anyway. So I think they can find it.
It looks like we're getting a hand clap from Rachel, who represents the land bank. So I think she's for it.
Yeah, no argument for me on that score, I can assure you, Seth.
Thank you, Ian.
All right. So if there's no other questions, comments, etc., would somebody like to make a motion to issue the order as amended?
Sure.
So motion made by Ian, seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Nizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously, and that moves us on to Fulop at 122 Tom Nevers Road.
All right. So this was the beach stairs over the coastal bank at Coastal Beach. 18 and 19, and then 20, the seasonal aluminum stairs shall be stored outside of the resource area when not in use, because they had that aluminum portion of the staircase.
Thank you, Will. Are there any questions, comments, or amendments for this one? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a small amendment to 20. I think it should be outside of the resource area or associated buffer zone.
Good catch, good catch.
Thank you, Seth. If there are no other amendments, would somebody like to make a motion to issue the order as amended? Motion made by Joe, seconded by Mike. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us to Nantucket Sunsets. I think that might have been LLC at 10 Sheep Pond Road. A Realty Trust, excuse me.
Close enough. So we had 18 and 19 on this one, and then 20, all plantings are to be native species with no cultivars. And 21, the applicant shall present a yearly report, including photographs demonstrating the condition and survivorship of the replanted area and the existing vegetated areas. Should the commission determine that additional plantings are necessary, they will be authorized based on this discussion.
Thank you, Will. Are there any questions, comments, amendments from commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given where the replanting area is, I think we should not allow any agricultural chemicals be used there. And probably only temporary irrigation.
Thank you, Seth. I think that's a good idea.
Just real quick, I just want to try to. Bear with me one moment.
No worries. We can all practice patience.
I had this written before as no fertilizer or other agricultural chemicals are allowed within the 50-foot buffer zone. Do we want to word that differently?
I think it's fine because
Okay.
it's technically true, and
That
they're
makes sense.
where their area of replanting is within the 50-foot buffer zone. So
Right.
Any other questions, comments, or amendments? And if not, would somebody like to make a motion to issue as amended? Motion made by Joe. Is there a second? Seconded by Mike. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that brings us to the New England development at Old South Wharf.
I think this had the tree that somebody wanted to put in there.
Right. Yeah, I haven't added that condition yet. Were we saying we're going to
Just to
say
add a-
also a
To add
similar
a
tree?
sampling of, sorry, Will, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I
No,
apologize.
no worries.
But Art
Go
was-
ahead.
Paul was, why do I keep on calling Paul Art? Paul was perfectly happy to plant a sampling of whatever, we choose to as a
Or
replacement.
replant that one. Can we, is that too, it's big tree, but can we replant the one that's there? It might be hard.
Maybe
No.
can we think of a native? I know that people love those Kwanzans. I am not a lover of those trees. And they don't have much habitat value.
Pruned
So
the tree in that picture.
maybe pick a better choice. They also grow large and then kind of break. But Seth, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't agree more. It looked pretty for 5 days, and then they look
Yeah.
disgusting for the rest of the year, and they provide no ecosystem value. So I think if they could just plant a nice native cherry or a nice native whatever is going to survive there would be great.
a native cherry or equivalent.
Sure.
And, you know, I have several on my property, and amongst other things, the leaves are, the flowers, when they end up on the ground, are staggeringly difficult to deal with.
Yes. Nice and pretty pink, pink carpet, though.
Right.
Ugh, they unfortunately they like nauseate me, those ones, but I know I'm one of the few.
I'm with you.
All right. Seth,
Yeah, this might be nitpicky, but I think we need to say similar native species because I could just say like, oh, well, this random ornamental plant is similar enough to a native cherry, but it's not a native. So
I think
similar
grammatically
native
there you
species.
were correct.
all right. So if there's no other thoughts, question, comments, or amendments, would somebody like to make a motion to issue as amended? Motion made by Joe, seconded by Mike. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us to Seven Pines LLC at 78 Pocomo Road.
All right, so this Seven Pines LLC, I have 18 and 19. Not sure if we want any other conditions here.
Any questions, comments, amended conditions from commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think anything that has to do with additions, even if it's exterior additions like porches, should have lighting conditions associated with it.
Thank you, Seth.
I swear I agree, Seth. I just keep forgetting. Not on purpose.
Any other questions, comments, amendments? And if not, would somebody like to make a motion to issue as amended? Motion made by Mike. Is there a second? Seconded by Ian. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us to 256 Pulpus LLC at 256 Pulpus Road.
All right. For 256 Pulpus, we have 18, 19, and then 20, the pool shall not be drained or discharged into an area within the commission's jurisdiction. 21, the pool shall not be chemically treated between November 1st and May 1st. 22, all chemical treatments shall stop 3 weeks prior to any draining or discharging of the pool. 23, the applicant shall provide the contact information for the company maintaining the pool. The pool company shall provide 48-hour notice of any draining to the commission with a plan showing where the pool shall be drained to. And 24, all exterior lighting shall be directed away from the resource area and in compliance with Chapter 102 of the Code of the Town of Nantucket.
Thank you, Will. Are there any questions, comments, or amendments from commissioners?
Only that, did the Linda Loring ask for a continuance?
Yes, they had
Oh,
natural
yeah.
hair.
Thank you for reminding me. Thank you.
I mean, Art said it right at the beginning and I couldn't even remember by the
Right.
end, so. All right, so if there aren't any amendments, would somebody like to make a motion to issue as drafted? Motion made by Mike, seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on. We have no extension of orders, so that brings us to other business. We have approval of minutes from February 16th. Thank you to, I think, Will and Lisa, who maybe tag team the minutes. I did notice one typo, and it was right in the beginning, where Burton Balkind's name was actually spelled wrong. It was missing a D. And if it hadn't been right at the top, my eyes would have skimmed over it. I'm not sure if anybody else saw anything in the minutes. And if not, would somebody like to make a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
So moved.
Motion made by Linda, seconded by Mike. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that brings us to the SBPF update. And I'm not sure who would like to take this. I know we got documents in for our last meeting detailing kind of part of the removal plan, like waiting on some of the more detailed construction protocols. And we had a reply, I believe that came in yesterday, but possibly the day before, to some questions that maybe Seth asked directly. If I'm remembering that correctly. I'm not sure if commissioners have further questions regarding the removal protocol or anything that's come in since then.
Well, if I may, Madam Chair, it's starting to become a sort of chicken and the egg debate, it seems to me, which is very unfortunate. So I don't know if Seth wants to comment, but, it seems that we've sort of reached a stalemate here, rather than moving forward with removal or. So I wasn't expecting it to be quite this drawn out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. I think, I had the same feeling at our last meeting when I felt like we didn't have a complete plan, which is why at that time I kind of threw out an executive session, realizing that maybe we hadn't had the discussion to warrant an executive session at that point. But I too am concerned that we're maybe not getting the information in a timely fashion. And given the fact that we ordered removal, it'll be almost 2 years ago. Wow. I would think that the planning would be further underway. Joe, I saw your hand up first, and then I see you, Seth.
Yes, my comment is that hopefully we're not going to get an 80-page document that talks about the removal. What I would like to see is a competent company get hired to do the job and let them do the job without trying to nitpick every little piece of what we think might be the case. I'm not qualified to do it. I don't know if anybody else is. Find a good company, a good contractor to do what needs to be done.
Thank you, Joe. I know I did ask that this at least get sent to our independent reviewer. I realize that he's not in the construction side of things, but to at least have a second set of eyes, but I agree. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on that point quickly, and then I'll get back to my original point. But although I agree, Joe, that maybe we don't have the expertise on this commission to, figure out construction documentation, but we have the authority to conduct independent review and a solid funding mechanism in place for those reviews. And it doesn't need to be through Mr. Berman, who we use for other reviews. It can be through anybody that we choose. So I think the applicant actually does need to provide a shovel ready contract package of these documents so that they can undergo review. And we can seek the appropriate support for that review. I will say, with respect to the letter that was submitted by Mr. Haley, so I understand where he's coming from. I understand that he has taken the engineering perspective that it's impossible or it's unsafe in his opinion to move forward with the work without the houses being removed that are immediately next to the bluff. And that's fine. And I respect that engineering opinion, and I'm not asking him to change it. I'm just asking him to provide a theoretical timeline of how long everything would take and what steps would need to be taken if that wasn't the case. That's all I'm asking for. And unfortunately, that wasn't provided. And I understand the reason that he's unwilling to provide it. But we need the information in place to move forward on this process. Acknowledging that the opinion is that it shouldn't happen until the houses are removed. That's fine. We still need to know the timeline so we can know what to expect and how to take the next steps to move forward with this process. Thank you.
Thank you. And Seth, along that same line, I mean, a property owner could refuse to remove their house. It's somewhat.
Well, exactly.
So
in other words, thank you, Ashley. I say no more.
yeah, I mean, that could be a very problematic piece.
Right.
Joe, I see your hand up.
Yes, coming back to the point you raised a little earlier, Ashley, the thing that strikes me is unless somebody is going to be responsible, either the group at Baxter Road or the town, spending time doing anything else seems like a waste. If nobody's going to stand or come forward and say, look, we're going to fund this thing, then we should be proceeding. Remember that there are a whole pile of things that are supposed to be done within 30 days.
So Joe, we're here to just talk about the removal order, not other items that have taken place with like select board conversations. Like we have to kind of compartmentalize and keep those a little bit separate, if that's what you're referring to.
Well, what I'm referring to is who's going to pay for all of this? That's all I'm referring to. Who's going to step forward to take responsibility? Because we could talk about a lot of different things to be done unless somebody comes forward. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't see anybody coming forward. The way I see it going, we're going to be pulling those tubes out.
So Joe, there's an escrow for removal. So there is funding to execute the removal. We just need the proper plans in place submitted to the commission to actually allow that action to move forward. But there is funding.
Okay.
If there aren't any other questions or comments from commissioners, Linda?
I still have to say I've been pretty consistent for the last couple of years that I'm not in favor of them removing them. So I just have to put that on the record. I understand the need to get a concrete idea of how and when you want that on the record. So we're not caught unawares, and I think that's something they need to provide. But I'm still not in favor of pulling them out, period. But procedurally, I agree that we need a plan.
Thank you, Linda. Joe?
Not pulling them out means somebody's got to pick up the bill to maintain them.
Well, that could be worked out, maybe.
Well, and there's the 80,000 cubic yards that they're shy of.
So guys, I want to prevent a little bit of a back and forth. I'm fairly certain that the, I don't even know if I can say permit holder because I think it's expired. But they want to move towards removal and are not in agreement of continuing maintenance without expansion of the project. So I think that that piece, again, is kind of out of play at this point. Meredith Moldenhauer, I see you with your hand up. Oh, we might have lost you. It looks like you're.
I was just trying to unmute. Can you see and hear me now?
Well, oh, now we can see your screen moving. You were frozen there for a second, but yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Sorry, Meredith Moldenhauer on behalf of SPPF. We are here tonight with Mark Haley, Jamie Feely, and also Dwight Dunk on behalf of our consultants. We are able to answer any questions that the Conservation Commission has. We are obviously following along and hearing your productive conversations with the select board, but we are continuing to comply with the Conservation Commission's removal order. We believe we've submitted the information that you have requested. We are looking for the commission to acknowledge or to approve what we have submitted to you in order for us, as we indicated in Mark Haley's letter, to move forward and select and go through the selection process for a contractor to refine and complete the removal process. So if the commission seems as though that they are supportive of the process we've outlined, we can continue forward in our submission and in our next steps as outlined by Mr. Haley. If you have questions about that process, again, Mr. Haley is here this evening. He is on the phone and able to answer questions.
Sure. May I, through you, Madam Chair?
Yes, but I just want to make a comment to Will for our, and I'm sorry to interrupt this item. On our public comment, we have somebody for the next agenda item looking for the Zoom link. So I'm wondering if you could send it to Gabriel so he can get on. Again, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was checking.
No worries. Gotcha.
And then, yes, Ian, go ahead.
Well, so Ms. Moldenhauer, the response number 3 puts us into a permanent loop. And permanent response number 3 is the need to remove the homes close to the edge prior to geotube removal adds additional uncertainty to the time frame. And as far as I'm concerned, that's not acceptable.
Well, our consultant has indicated that in order to safely remove the geotubes, that home needs to be removed. It's not an unforeseen time of undelay. It's just a specific time period to get you to, as the commission, to review the process we have outlined, affirm that process, and then we will move forward expeditiously as the commission has requested to communicate with the Department of Buildings, the homeowners, and our contractors as outlined by Mark Haley.
Thank you, Ms. Moldenhauer. I know Seth had his hand up, but in thinking, I think we need those specific property owners reaching out to us saying they're willing to move their homes, because again, this could be a real sticking point that's never ending if they're not willing to go through that process. Seth, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in reference to, or in response to Ms. Moldenhauer's question, I think everything's submitted so far by H&A is sufficient to move forward, except for I'm requesting the timeline. I think the removal plan that he has submitted, I think the the strategies that that have been submitted, and I think the acknowledgement that there will be a full construction package sent to us once the contracts are closed out, I think is fine. I think I personally feel comfortable with SPPF moving forward on that behalf. The one thing I have a concern about, and without trying to keep bringing up the same thing over and over again, is that I respect the opinion about moving the houses, but frankly, the requirement to move a house is beyond our jurisdiction. Our jurisdiction is to, deal with the Q-tubes that are on the beach and the bluff and the buffer zone. And yes, those houses are in the buffer zone, but it's not up to us to condemn them or say that they have to be moved. It's just up to us to get a timeline for how the removal process would go. So I totally respect the opinion that you think they need to be moved before this process starts, and I'll honor that opinion, but we still need to know, independent of that, how much time is the rest of this process going to take. Just pretend it doesn't exist for a little bit. Tell us how long it will take, and then if it needs to happen after the houses are removed, great. But just how many months will each step take? That's what we're looking for. If we could just get that theoretical timeline, everything else, in my opinion, is acceptable to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. I would agree with you there, excuse me. Any other, Ian?
Yes. So I think we need a legal opinion from town council as to how we can go forward to enact a financial penalty if we're being stalled. And I really feel at this point that we've reached that tipping point. And so I think we need an executive session with town council to discuss this.
Thank you,
It's not
Ian.
an executive session.
Yeah, so I believe we still have Ben as our counsel for this matter, and not town council, but I'd have to double check that as he oversaw the removal with us. But I would agree. I think I'm ready for a discussion of potential penalties, and if we need to take further legal action, that would obviously warrant the executive session. And it's possible if we don't kind of get the time frame, we would want to take further legal action. Seth, did you have your hand up or was I making that up? You didn't. Okay. So Vince, I saw your hand go up.
I would note that Meredith had her hand up before me, but I would also.
Sorry, her hand's been permanently up, so I didn't know she was raising it again.
Okay, I have one brief point to make if it is helpful. You could request that somebody from the building department, probably a building inspector, could come and brief the commission on a house removal process in an erosion zone. He might be able to outline how this works and give you an idea of timeframes and process.
So I think that would be great if SBPF could provide that information, as it's their removal. I think it's kind of the responsibility of SBPF to provide us this information, not require us to seek separate opinion on this particular matter.
I don't mean to disagree, but if I might, Ashley.
Yep, go ahead, Vince.
So the building inspector is town staff, a town employee, somebody who could give somewhat impartial information, and that will be one of the benefits to you. Plus, there's a certain legal process that has to be followed in removing a house, particularly in erosion zones, that the building inspector might be able to give to you.
Ian, hold on. Seth has had his hand up, so I'm going to go to Seth and then I'll go to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll try to say this in as plain of words as possible without sounding mean, but our jurisdiction has nothing to do with protecting houses or removing houses or anything really related to houses except for how they impact wetland resource areas. So it would be nice to get a primer on, what the process for removing houses in eroding coastal zones are. But we absolutely do not need that procedurally to move forward. It is not required. It is a separate process that is important to the neighborhood level planning that's going on in this area. That's obviously important to the homeowners and to the SBPF, which is, a coalition of the homeowners' interests. But it does not rise to the level where it is required information for this removal order process. All we need to know is that these houses may or may not be at risk by the removal, and then it's up to the property owners and the building commissioner and the whoever else is involved to figure that out. That's not our job. Thank you.
You, Seth. Ian?
I have nothing further to add. Thank you, Seth.
Okay, thank you. Meredith Moldenhauer?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple things. One, Seth and Ian, I think also you, Ms. Chair, referenced the fact that you need a timeline. In both our filings, we do outline a specific timeline that is provided. There are months stated. And again, Mr. Haley is more than happy to get on the call. He can unmute himself and he can confirm those that are in writing and are submitted. Second, the issue of the home removal is within your jurisdiction, as the homes are within your jurisdiction. And if they were to collapse, as referenced by Mr. Haley's letter, that would impact the protection of the areas that you are seeking to protect. So we are trying to ensure that there is no damage to the protected area by potentially having a partial house collapse that would then impact that area. And so we are trying to coordinate this. We have met with the Department of Buildings. Mark Haley had emailed them to the chair's comment that is our obligation. We are trying to comply and do everything we can to get this information. If the commission, it sounds like I heard comments earlier tonight that you are supportive of the process that we have outlined, we can then move on to our next stage as outlined in our letter. And we are continuing down this path and are seeking your approval in order to take the next step.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry my hand is up, but I am remoting in and I can't figure out how to lower it. So I apologize.
No, that's okay. I just couldn't see your actual hand and I was just assuming it was the virtual hand just up. So thank you. So at this point, Seth, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And just in reference to the timeline that Ms. Moldenhauer is referencing, I do see that, and I have reviewed it, and we just have activity number 5. It says geotube removal contract documents is going to take 2.5 months, and construction is going to take another 3 months, but it'll be later, starting at month 4. It's just not enough specificity. Like I appreciate that, I get that. I just need to know, like, when could it expect? I know there was a previous documentation or comment saying that there was a priority time for this happening, not in the winter season. So if we took a theoretical start date of the fall or this next spring or whatever, and we just got a more specific timeline of, March 1st, here's what happens. The contracts are sent out and agreed upon. Then each contractor is going to take so many days to create their safety plans. Then we're going to get back and get the beach staging permit, and then the activities are going to begin. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm not trying to make this onerous. I'm just trying to get more specificity in what the staging of each activity is now that we're farther along in the process, and when the expected and really when the optimal timeline for each of these things to start would be as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. And you know what concerns me about some aspects of the timeline is that the project is out of compliance for sand mitigation, and the longer it sits, waiting for this plan, the further out of, compliance for mitigation it becomes. And I know I've stated it before, but that's a major concern for me. Dwight Dunk, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I just want to make a statement. I don't want to get into an argument back and forth, but I would like to make a statement for the record that I respectfully disagree with some of the statements that have been made regarding the protection of the homes and the need to move the homes before the geotubes are removed. In interest of the Wetlands Protection Act and in interest of the Nantucket Wetlands Protection Bylaw is the interest of storm damage prevention, which means when you look at work on a coastal bank and other resource areas that are presumed significant to storm damage prevention, the activity shall not adversely affect that interest. The coastal bank here provides storm damage prevention, and it protects those homes in the road from damage. The geotubes presently are part of that coastal bank. It is a CES that augments the capacity of the bank to protect storm damage, to provide storm damage prevention. Removal of the geotubes will decrease the capacity of that bank to provide storm damage prevention. Therefore, moving the homes first is contingent to protect those homes. Otherwise, they are undue risk to damage during a storm event, post removal versus present. Again, there's a lot of discussion, legal discussion and whatnot to have. I just wanted to make that statement for the record. And I don't think we need to have a debate back and forth, but I wanted that to be on the record to respectfully disagree with some of the statements that have been made by the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwight, I distinctly remember before this project went in and as it was going in, the town's engineer stated that it would not stabilize the road or the bank to a safe standard and that they were still at-risk structures. So they've been at risk the entire time. And I want to, I guess, put that on the record as well, that, the homeowner has chosen to keep their home in a risky place.
And I understand that they remain.
With all due respect, Mr. Dunk, please wait to be called on. Ian, you had your hand up.
I did, but I'm happy to allow Mr. Dunk to reply before I make my comment.
Okay.
Sure. What I was going to say, Madam Chair, is I understand that statement because there's nothing that is going to be foolproof in this environment. However, the years of monitoring has demonstrated that the top of the bank has not retreated in the area protected by the geotubes. So it has remained stable during this time period with the storms that have hit the eastern shoreline of Nantucket during this period of time. So it has worked to augment the capacity of the bank to provide storm damage prevention with the storms that have been received to date.
Thank you.
Okay. And like I said, I think I'm not trying to be adversarial and have a argument and back and forth. I wanted to just get that statement on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Meredith, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just trying to unmute myself. I was just asking if Mark Haley could speak, and I think he's now raised his hand. He was having a hard time unmuting himself. So if you can see if you can call on him and if he can unmute himself, or if he can be assisted by the host to unmute.
So I do see his hand up. We're supposed to go in order of the queue, so I'll call on him next. We actually can't unmute somebody, unfortunately. We can only mute, but it does appear that Mark has unmuted himself.
Thank you.
So Mark Haley, go ahead.
Okay, couple of issues here is that I'd like to talk about is when we met with the building commissioner, he essentially indicated that the houses currently are safe because the geotubes are in place. And he and I agreed, or at least were concurrent, that once the geotubes are removed, and if there's a slough of the bank, he would then potentially declare those houses unsafe and would require removal. So we're all thinking about the same thing. The original bank in front of those houses was almost vertical. Today we have a slope that's about 40 degrees, and the geotubes are not significant. They were quite a ways from the original bank. So, and then they filled that triangle between the original vertical bank down to the backside of the geotubes with double wash sand, which has no cohesion. And when we remove the geotubes, and this is my concern, is we do that, those materials have no cohesion and therefore are going to slough. How fast, I can't tell you. And the way we've set the procedures that I wrote up in my recent letter is to essentially do it in short sections. So when I take out the geotubes, I immediately backfill to retain the toe slope, trying to not allow the slope to in fact slough and lose support of the slope. Next winter, when the storms occur, no one can predict when that's going to occur, but if we get a big storm, because we have just sand and not the natural soils, which are more glacial and have cohesion, that's going to erode very, very rapidly, and we're going to be back to almost a vertical slope. If I had to say, it's at least 1 or 2 winters at the max, depending upon the storms. And that's the problem I have. And I, as a professional engineer, cannot recommend to my client to remove those tubes. I can do it in a safe manner, but I cannot recommend to them to put them at risk of having those houses collapse. And Seth, that's where I'm coming from. This is, and I know you all want to see all the details and everything. We can get there, and that's why that 2.5 months is to prepare contract documents. But it still comes back to, we take these out, we're putting these structures at risk. Does the Conservation Commission, through the chairman, understand all of that?
Yes, I know I do.
Thank you.
And that's why I made my statement. These houses have been at risk the entire time. You know, the engineers that were involved from the town side before this was permitted stated that the geotubes would not provide an additional level of safety. Yes, it's maintained the bluff faces where it is, but they've been at risk the whole time. And what worries me is we can't require those homes be removed through our process, which could take this like to an indefinite period of time.
Madam Chairman, I totally agree with you. And that's exactly what the building commissioner also said. He said, I can't say that they're unsafe today, but once they are removed, then we have a problem. So you're right. It's the cart before the horse. Where do we go?
Right. Well, from the Conservation Commission perspective, we have to remove the geotubes, and the homeowners, either remove their homes proactively and start looking at that permitting now for themselves, or they risk condemnation later. That's the unfortunate place we are from my perspective. Seth, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think there's a way to move towards action today, acknowledging that there's differences in the opinions on the houses. I think I'd be comfortable with having SPPF move forward with starting their contract documents, getting everything together. I think also with respect to this whole house issue, Mr. Haley has made his own engineering assessment about what he assumes will happen after the geotubes are removed. The building commissioner has an idea of what actions they may need to take after the geotubes are removed. I'll note that the building commissioner's expertise is not in engineering. I think what we need to do is we need to request that our third-party reviewer look at Mr. Haley's projections and see if they agree or disagree with what the anticipated impact to those houses will be should the geotubes be removed. Because Mr. Dunk, I don't take your comments as adversarial at all. I understand, the protected interest of storm damage prevention. But we are unsure if removing those tubes will actually cause any damage. We have a engineer who is making an assessment that they think there will be impacts over some amount of years, which they don't know how many. And we should ask our independent reviewer to look at that and see what they think. And if we get to the point where everybody's in agreement that there will be imminent damage to those houses upon removal, then we can, say that something else needs to happen. But until there is clear documentation that removing those geotubes will lead directly to those structures collapsing, we need to move forward with the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Ian, I see your hand up. I do want to just acknowledge a question on YouTube that's come through from the Nantucket Current. So that's obviously a media. What specific homes does SBPF thinks need to be removed? I don't know if SBPF representatives are willing to answer that, but that is a question out there. Ian, go ahead, and then Meredith, I'll go to you.
Well, so I allowed Dr. Dunk to go before me because I certainly don't feel adversarial. But storm damage prevention is, has many definitions. And by Dr. Dunk's argument, then we would just have hard armoring along the entire East Shore. And in fact,
you should.
We have now at least 80,000 cubic yards that is the deficit that is contributing to storm damage just by definition, because it's not being introduced into the littoral system. And of course, we try to choose for post 78 houses that we let nature take its course, which is when it's not vital infrastructure, that is the nature of our charge under the Wetlands Protection Act. That is what we are charged to protect, not dwellings, not infrastructure. So I just I hope Dr. Dunk accepts my comments in the spirit that they're intended.
Thank you, Ian. Linda, do you mind if I let Meredith go with her question or comment, or do you have a?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Meredith, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. So I just wanted to respond in regards to Ms. Engelberg. Obviously, if the commission is going to either vote tonight to move forward or to authorize us to move forward on this. We will move forward as outlined. Also, there was a comment regarding the need for an independent analysis of whether or not the removal would cause imminent harm. And I know that obviously we have both we've got Dwight on the phone. We also heard from Mr. Haley. There also is obviously the third-party town assessment from Arcadis. And I just want to make sure that we also reference the fact that Arcadis in their report did also acknowledge that they found that would occur if the geotubes were removed. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't remember Arcadis giving a time frame though. But again, there's a lot of documentation out there over the years on this, but as far as the longevity of the houses after the geotubes were removed. Linda, go ahead.
You know, I've heard all this. I've listened to it for the total almost 2 years I've been on. I have to say, I know it's sort of antithesis to what the Concom has jurisdiction over. We are part of the town. We are an entity of the town. There is a substantial amount of infrastructure up there. The easements have expired, and the properties have changed hands for the way to get to it from Pulpus Road or Sankaty Road or whatever they call it at that point. They have to sort of go back and fix that. These houses, many of them, because I was on the zoning board for so long, have been moved back to zero. One is actually in the town right of way with a license from the Board of Selectmen. They're begging for this to stay, and they're begging for it to expand up to where they are. They can't move any further. They blocked the lighthouse. We have, for me, an obligation to consider the damage to the infrastructure, the access to the lighthouse. It'd be in the middle of the fairway over there if it moves any further. The houses that are historic entities to this town, as well as they go over because they can't move any farther back, many of them. They go over, they cause an absolute environmental disaster if they go over before we can get them out, because some of them are so large, it's really going to be difficult moving them out and moving them down the road to get out of the way. Most of them don't own the pieces across the street from them anymore. 100 years ago, almost every house out there on the bluff that dated from the turn of the century owned the lots across the street. Several of them have been able to move. These cannot. As far as I know, they don't have those parcels anymore from decades ago. They were sold off separately. I've listened to the arguments over and over and over and over and over again. I understand what our jurisdiction is and what we can and can't protect. I agree to some extent with much of what Seth said. But we can't hide our heads under the geotubes in the sand and not acknowledge that we have a complex problem that may be severely exacerbated if we force these tubes out. So I'm not going to get past it, Ashley. I'm just not.
Linda, I realize that you're not going to get past it, but we weighed these issues when we made the removal order. And as far as I know, there's one house that's protected by the geotubes, to my knowledge. I could be wrong, but it's not like multiple structures we're waiting on here. And again, SBPF can confirm if there's an address there, but I to my knowledge, I think there's like one.
Well, there's actually
my point is,
three.
Ashley, it's if they protect one, they
Also-
potentially could protect more. That's
Right.
my point.
Linda, the other thing is, although we are under the town heading, we are a regulatory body for the town. So we are charged with upholding the wetlands protection regulations and our bylaws. So sometimes that comes at odds with, town planning or what like our select board and town manager maybe want to do, because like we're separate in that way, similar to like our federal government structure, like it's important that we think of ourselves separately in that sense. I realize that the planning that's going on in this area is incredibly complex. I know it was up again on the select board last night. But we're here to work through this removal order and at least have the proper plans in place to get it out. When we talk about expansion of these geotubes or whatever, we still need to know what it's going to take to remove them, and I think
yes,
for the removal.
I
Seth-
appreciate that. And that's why I agree with a lot of what Seth had to say. But I also see a bigger picture here, and I understand we have our limited jurisdiction, but we can't ignore the bigger picture. That's all I'm saying. And I get very frustrated when we're so in our bubble.
All right. I want
which
to
are
interrupt.
allowed to, which are allowed. Can I finish, please?
Ashley,
Ian, there's
Which
no
we're allowed
interrupting.
to.
No interrupting, please.
all
Good
right, but she
God.
could talk, she can't keep on hammering on the same damn subject all the time. She's going off topic.
Many of us.
I can finish my
hammer- guys,
conversation.
Everybody, quiet for a second. Everybody hammers on the same subject now and
Yes,
again.
they do.
That's what we do. So it's Linda's turn, then Seth's hand was up, then Mike, and then you, Ian. So let's let Linda finish, and then I'll go to Seth, and then Mike, and then you. And you know, we're not always happy with what other commissioners have to say.
It
But go
usually,
ahead.
thank you, Madam Chair. I don't hammer on it. I don't say an awful lot. I usually make my speech or I vote against it or I abstain like I did the last time. But it's just frustrating when we do go on and on and on. And I'm not changing my position on it. It doesn't matter what anybody says. But I understand our limitations and I understand what Seth said, and I agree with most of what Seth said, as I said before. But I'm just frustrated that we can't all get on the same page or at least sort of move in consort. That's just where I am with this. I'm not going to change my mind. And I don't need to be abused by Ian's comments over and again when I do actually say something, which I normally don't.
You're just ranting as
Guys,
usual.
stop. Or I'm going to ask Will to mute everybody. I mean, come on. You can act
That's
like-
inappropriate, Madam Chair. His comments are personally denigrating and I'm sick and tired of it. I've asked him privately to cut it out, but he doesn't.
Commissioners, let's act like adults, please. Everybody, I know we can do it. I've worked with y'all for a long enough time to know that it's possible. All right. Seth, I would like to recognize you to speak because your hand was up forever ago. So go ahead.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. In reference to the independent review that was discussed, and in reference to Ms. Moldenhauer's comments, you know, I acknowledge that there is the several reports that you're talking about. The independent review, it was something, you know, really that would just be strictly from the Concom. We don't really need SPPS consent or really even affirmation to do that. We can just order that on our own. And I think, you know, the whole purpose of that is that type of review is not associated with anybody other than the Concom. It's not associated with the applicant. It's not associated with the town. It's strictly independent. So just for that clarification. And then with respect to my other commissioners that are waiting to say something, you know, I'm sorry, but I'm ready to make a motion to accept the plans provided by SPPF and HNA and allow them to proceed with generating their full list of contract documents to get back to us for final approval. Thank you.
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair, if you're willing to take the motion.
Thank you, Seth. No, I think we're just about to that point, but I do want to, Mike Mazzarelli really hasn't spoken, and I do want to allow him to speak. If that's okay.
I'll withhold my second then, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Also, I want to speak.
Okay. Mike, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep my comments very brief. Seth sort of stole my thunder there. I think we've discussed this enough tonight, and it's time to move on for everybody's sake. And I just will say, out of respect for my fellow commissioners, I am personally not to the point where I'm ready to remove the tubes at all, but I think we need to move on to Seth's recommendation or motion, excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Ian, go ahead.
Yes, there are three things. First of all, regarding Miss Williams' comments.
Madam
she's on the
Chair,
record
point of order.
Ian, I'm
Point
taking
of
that
order,
one
Madam
as
off.
Chair.
calling the Concom
Ian,
a bunch of tree
Ian,
huggers.
Ian.
Two, I'm happy to share her emails that are so
Ian,
abusive
Ian,
I
please,
never
can
said
we
that.
keep it on
that I'm
topic?
happy I'm happy to share the
Madam Chair,
email that
point
would
of
get her
order.
fired. And the third thing is, there are two properties. The 97 Baxter Road used to be the Whiteheads, then the McQuaids. 93 Baxter Road was the Guttersons. And 99 was our family property that has a part of the McQuaid's property on it. So when you're talking about how few houses are protected by that 950 feet, you're quite right.
Okay, thank you, Ian. Joe, I know you had your hand up. So go
Yes.
ahead.
Yes, I have. Actually, I would not vote for removal until the town says they've solved the road problem and the utilities problem.
Okay, so here's the thing, guys. We already voted on the removal as a commission. So right now we have to move forward just to get these documents and plans in place. Like the removal order vote happened. So now the current commission is charged with kind of moving forward, at least with the documentation there. We're not even ready for removal because we don't have the documents. So I would love it if this motion can go through so that we can move on and at least have the information we need, you know, in the future. But right now we're still looking for this information.
Can I ask a procedural question, Madam Chair?
Yes, Linda.
If there's a quick answer to it. Can a motion to rescind the removal order be made at any time, or are we boxed in by the court order?
So, you know, I think we're getting into an executive session territory, quite honestly. It is my feeling, and I think we're ready for an executive session.
Okay.
You know, because that's definitely executive session level stuff. Seth, I see your hand up. Are we revisiting your
Thank
motion?
you, Madam Chair. I'll acknowledge that my motion is still active on the floor. I would request that it be seconded and moved to a vote. Thank you.
I second it.
Seth. So
Again.
motion made by Seth, seconded by Linda. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski.
I have no idea what we're voting on. I missed it.
We're voting to accept the plans put forth by Mark Haley as far as that would allow SPPF to get contractors in place and to move the
Aye.
plan
Aye.
forward. Williams,
Aye.
okay, that motion carries unanimously. Ms. Moldenhauer, you'd had your hand up. Were you waiting for that motion?
Thank you for the motion. We will move forward. I was just trying to make sure, obviously, as the commission continues to talk about the different issues, that you were clear on the number of homes. There are 2 homes and 1 partial structure that SBPF owns, and I wanted to make sure that the commission understood the facts as they were evaluating them. But thank you for moving forward. We will follow up with you in accordance with our timeline.
Thank you. So is SBPF actually in ownership of all the homes and properties, or are they private property?
No. Yeah, there's 2 homes that are privately owned and then 1 partial structure that is owned by SBPF. So overall, there are 3 structures, 2 that are privately owned, 1 that is owned by SBPF.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
And it does look like there's a comment from Deanne Atherton that she says, yes, it's 1 house purchased by the current owner in December 2021. The other structure at 97 Baxter was moved off the property and moved back on. When does the risk is the homeowners? I think she's trying to say, when is the risk the homeowners? So again, we're trying to circle back to the home issue. So I don't know if we need to continue this. I know we have some dates in the future for SBPF, and forgive me, I know there's one like the beginning of June. I don't know, fellow commissioners, if you feel like we need to have further discussion or possibly schedule an executive session. to discuss some of the issues brought up tonight, including potentially rescinding the removal, as Linda suggested, and some other topics that have come up that I do think fall under potential legal, they have potential legal ramifications. So I don't know if we can look into that, or if other commissioners, want to look into that. Mike, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think executive session would be timely as soon as we can get it.
Okay. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although I agree, I think we need clarification on the purpose of that session as the litigation is concluded. So we need to check that. I know that Attorney Timon, who represented us in the removal order case, has indicated previously that he remains our attorney until the order is executed. So we can check with him to see if an executive session would be feasible. We're not doing any thing wrong with the open meeting law. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. No, I certainly would not want to break open meeting law and would get this fully vetted before we go into it. We need no more difficulties.
Essentially, what I'm saying is before we vote or try to schedule something tonight, we need feedback from him if we can do that.
Thank you. So I'll try and get in touch with him and see about putting something on a schedule. Mark Haley, do you have a question or comment?
Yes, I have a comment. If it would be helpful for the commission and Seth and yourself and the other commissioners, we could submit at a, like when you do normal design, you submit it, and I'm going to suggest 60%, 90%, so that you could see the documents before we go to 100% design. Is something the commission would like to see, or do they want to go immediately to 100%, finish the negotiations with that contractor, and then come back to you? I'm just offering or getting your input.
Seth, go ahead.
I personally think that would be great. I know some of us might not be as familiar, like reviewing those. I certainly wasn't in the past, and you guys have pointed me to the NPDC, and now I review those types of 60-90% documents all the time. But I think it moves forward the process along so that we have more inflection points and more opportunity to view it as it's going and provide comments. So I think that would be a great strategy.
Seth, that's what I was proposing, to help you understand what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we're ready to move on. The current asked again, what are the addresses of the homes? CPF has not disclosed those, so I guess you're going to have to do your own research homework there. Because I think we are ready to move on after our motion, and I guess wait to hear from council opinion and then schedule from there. Because again, I believe we already have an SBPF date scheduled. But
Madam Chair, do you need a motion to go to town council, or we just go to town council?
Well, we'd be going back to attorney.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
But no, I mean, we could make a motion and then it's solid, I guess.
Yeah.
So
I'll make that motion to go to town council for advice.
do you mean
Or our council for advice. If we have to go to town council, we should include that also.
It's Ben Timon. It's not town council.
I just said, and if we have to go to town council as well, we should probably include that in the motion. You didn't
No.
listen.
No.
Oh, goodness. All right.
I feel you.
Linda made a motion to reach out to our counsel, who is Ben Timon in this matter. Is there a second to that motion?
Excuse me, Ashley, as a point of order, Is the motion to reach out to Ben Timon or to reach out to Ben Timon and town council?
Linda, can you clarify?
I'd like both, if there's not enough support for that, but I just soon try for both.
Okay. So Linda made the motion to reach out to our council, Attorney Timon, and town council for opinions on executive session. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Mike. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Opposed, and further comment if you'll allow.
go ahead,
Not in
Seth.
the middle of the motion, you can't do that.
Okay. Arisman, I, Golding,
Opposed?
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Opposed.
Williams.
Aye.
All right, so that's a split vote with Commissioners Engelborg, Golding, and Plandowski opposed, Arisman, Mizzarelli, and Williams for. So does somebody have a different motion, because that did not carry? Seth,
Can I make my comment for clarification now?
yes.
It's late in the night. I don't want us to get hung up on this, and I understand the intent of Linda's motion. But since the town went through the procedure to designate special municipal council for this process, I think we should restrict our actions to that special municipal council only, unless that council tells us that we should get town council involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Linda?
I can appreciate that. My concern is, I don't want to get into trouble. I know I had a problem with a meeting that was done several months ago because it should not have gone to executive session under the terms of the state law. So I just want to make sure that if we go to executive session, that we have a legal standing to go to executive session. And our attorney cannot give us that information, only town council can.
Oh, Attorney Timon is qualified to give us information on whether we'd be breaking open meeting law.
I think we made a mistake last year, but I'm just concerned about it.
That never went through, so
Okay. I'll vote in favor of Seth's motion if he wants to make it. I'll second it.
Seth, do you want to make a motion?
Sure. I'll move to request that the chair of the Conservation Commission be in touch with Special Municipal Council Attorney Ben Timon to ask about the possibility of an executive session to consider future actions.
Thank you, Seth. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
All right, seconded by Linda. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And I think that we're ready to move on, and I'm going to say that we are moving on from this. So thank you, everybody from SBPF for being on the call and providing information. And we look forward to these 30, 60, 90 check-in points. All right, so that moves us to the discussion of Straight Wharf Fish Market. We had a submission by Attorney De Benedictis. We also had a letter from Katie Barnacle that I believe came in last Friday. So I want to open this discussion up first and see if commissioners have any questions about the information before us. Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, just to streamline this, if Will got a chance or Jeff got a chance to view what was pointed out in Ms. Benedictus's letter down on the site, that might streamline us a little bit as the discussion goes on.
Thank you, Mike. I know I think both Will and Jeff talked about putting information together as far as that concrete pad. So that's a great question. Will?
So we received, part of that submission was an overlaid plan from the initial plan from Paul Santos. But in going there, we visited the site last week, but in going there, I'm not sure that we can determine, how that has changed based on these plans. I'm not entirely sure what how to prove that in a sort of like backwards fashion.
So is the pad bigger than? I guess is my question.
It doesn't appear to be any different from the original plan. So I'm not sure what is really being presented.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Will. Joe?
I thought when I looked at the plan, it looked like about 4 feet larger than the original one, maybe 3.5 feet larger. And I don't know whether that's true or not, but looking at the documentation, it appears to be the case.
Thank you, Joe. Linda?
I believe, if I recall, because I was down there before this all was taken down, there was a lobster tank in between the pad and the side of the building. And that was part of the refrigeration back there on the pad. Because I remember the pad and the lobster tank. So I think it's the same exact area between the edge of the building and the edge of the pad that we're talking about. So I don't think there's any enlargement, in my opinion, but I just soon hear from a surveyor. But I don't think there's any enlargement, given the tank and the pad are the same area exactly. And I believe the refrigeration unit is going to cover the same exact area, if not slightly less.
Thank you, Linda. I'm not sure about the truth on the ground, but I know that in the submission from Mr. Benedictus, it did appear, at least from the original site to, I believe those were maybe HDC submitted plans. Again, the plans made it seem like there was a small expansion. I don't know if that's what's actually on the ground, and those plans were never submitted to us. But we didn't get anything to the contrary from anyone else, essentially. We just had a statement from Catherine Barnacle without evidence, I guess. So that is a little piece of concern. Do I think that small increase creates any substantial added impact? No, not really. But I did notice that in the letter that was submitted to us. I don't know if any commissioners have any other questions or comments, or if Ms. De Benedictis would like to speak to her letter. Oh, Rick Bodette, I see your hand going up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't mean to have the clap reaction in my when I tried to raise my hand. But just to clarify, if I can, there was a lot. There is a concrete pad. Okay, there was a lobster tank that was bigger than the concrete pad previously. There apparently are some HDC plans that showed a walk-in cooler larger again than the concrete pad, just so everyone knows. I can affirmatively tell you again, as Katie Barnacle said in her email to the commission, that the walk-in cooler will be no bigger than the size of the plant. Sorry, the size of the pad. And so it's actually, compared to the lobster tanks that were there, it's going to be a reduction. So we are committed to making the walk-in cooler no bigger than the pad. And so no change in footprint. In fact, if anything, it's smaller. Irrespective of what the HTC plans might say, I wasn't involved in that permitting. But as it relates to the commission, we have an order to renovate the structure within the existing footprint. That's what we're doing. That's what we're committed to. And if, when we're done, it's bigger than the original pad on Paul's plan, then the remedy is to not issue a certificate of compliance or to go back for an amended order. But that's not planned. So that's all I can say.
Thank you. Seth, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that clarification, Rick. And, I think there's a very easy way to assuage everyone's concerns and not have to go down a path where things potentially need to not be issued certificates of compliance or go through amendments or enforcements or any of that. I believe at the last meeting, Mr. Fresca indicated that this is a custom ordered walk-in cooler. Is that correct? So there should be a purchase order or some specification of that cooler. If you just submit that cooler specs to the commission, then we could positively identify the exact size of it and have on record that the size of it is equal or less than the previously approved pad. I think if that was in place, that would make it abundantly clear that independent of whatever other plans that the HTC or anywhere else say, that's not what was ordered. So that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Ms. De Benedictis, are you trying to speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Right, yes, go ahead.
I want to point out that I never received a copy of any letter that Katie Barnacle
And you know what?
sent you.
I'm sorry, I should have clarified this first. Rick, can you go back and say who you represent? And then Ms. De Benedictis, can you state that as well? I apologize.
Danielle De Benedictis, and I represent the abutter Charles and Ann Johnson.
Sorry about that. Rick Bodette, I represent Nantucket Island Retail, the owner of the building.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. All right, go ahead, Ms. De Benedictis.
And you were referencing in your initial remarks that Katie Barnacle sends you something. She did not copy me, and I would expect that I should have received a copy. So I don't know what she sent you, and I have no way of responding to it. So that's point number one. That certainly is a breach of protocol. Point number two is you're talking about 147 square foot walk-in cooler, which is a solid structure, which is going to be located in land subject to coastal storm flowage. This is the exact same thing you were talking about earlier in the Mariner Way with the pool. And everybody seemed very concerned about that. But here, there doesn't seem to be the concomitant concern that this is a structure that's in fact deeper and in every way than the proposed pool, and it's going to displace floodwaters. It can't be said to be the same thing as a pad. If a pad, and water can flow over a pad, water cannot flow over this huge structure that's the size of a garage. And I think the commission should have concern about that. And I think that they should request an amended order of condition to allay any concerns about flooding. There's no doubt about the fact that the walk-in cooler will displace floodwaters in a much greater way than the proposed pool in the Mariner case would. So I think the commission should be consistent in its applications and consistent with its concern about floodage, particularly in land that's subject to the coastal storm flowage.
Thank you. And I'm not sure, Will, who was copied on the Katie Barnacle email. I know it was forwarded to commissioners, and I apologize if that didn't make it into the packet into your hands. I know
The
that,
Barnacle herself did not copy me.
right.
That is a violation of the process. I'm sure you can consult Tom counsel about that. So I ask you not to consider anything in something that I was not provided.
Okay. Great. So the Mariner Way, you know, I do see us slightly different with an undeveloped parcel and the highly developed area that is the Straight Wharf Fish Market. So that is a humongous difference for me. Mike Miserelli, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also, the Mariner Way was a pool that was in ground. This is a cooler that's above ground. They're not comparable to me in that sense of the word. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian?
Yes, I concur.
Thank you, Ian. It looks like we have Mary Ellen Manning with her hand up. Mary Ellen, you're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm an associate of Danielle De Benedictus's with the same client. I just had two very important but small points. One is that the pad, the applicant actually admitted during the last hearing that they had demolished the existing pad and rebuilt it. And there wasn't any, this was not brought before the Concom, this destruction and rebuild. Perhaps that's one of the reasons it's difficult to figure out where the original pad was. But according to the drawings, the pad that was submitted to you all was 100 square feet. And the pad now, with the cooler on it, in addition to the fact that it's higher and it's got air conditioning units on the top and it's as big as a garage. So I'm not talking about the cubic feet, just which is a concern in and of itself. Just the square footage went from 100 square feet on the pad to 147 square feet on the pad. And I heard it said by more than one of the commissioners that this is a small change. This is not a small change. That's a 47% increase of the surface area of the pad to go from 100 to 147, almost a 50% increase. In addition to the cubic size of it, which, as we said earlier, is as big as a garage. And that is, if not exponentially bigger, it's certainly mathematically considerably bigger, in addition to the air conditioning units on the roof. So those are the small points that I think are important that I'd like to make. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. You know, some of these things like air conditioning units on the roof, you know, maybe don't affect the performance standards in a way that would be concerning for us. And we are here to weigh the performance standards of this project. Rick Bodette, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And not to repeat myself, I apologize. Yeah, we did admit to rebuilding the pad. We admitted to scrapping the entire foundation as we submitted the letter saying we were going to because it was compromised, and including the pad. So the pad went back in, the pad's going back in. It's going to be the same size as it was. If it was 100 square feet, it should be 100 square feet. That's it. And the cooler will be on top of that, not in the ground. And it will be 100 square feet if that's what the pad is. It will match the pad, period. And we're happy to, when it gets ordered, we're happy to show you, an order form.
Thank you. Gabriel?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Gabriel Frasca, I represent the tenant in all this. Just a bunch of small clarifications that I think might provide some clarity here. One, the pad has been destroyed. The pad has not been rebuilt. We would be foolish to rebuild the pad. We got it marked off. There's a form for it, but it has not been poured. Secondly, the lobster tanks took up a space that was 10 feet by 15 feet. The measurement of 10 feet by 14.7 that you see somewhere, that's what that refers to. The lobster tanks took up that much space. Some of the lobster tanks were not apparently on slab. So the slab was roughly, don't hold me this to the inch, but roughly 10 by 10. Our new walk-in to fit on top of that will have to be smaller than 10 by 10 by about a foot. So it won't even be a 100 square foot walk-in. It's going to be closer to a 90 square foot walk-in. We need clearance on each side. The walk-in that we had custom ordered actually doesn't fit. There's a width issue. It has to be a little bit further off the building than we initially realized. That walk-in is going to be repurposed elsewhere on the island indoors. And once we have clarity and can once again pull the trigger on this incredibly expensive purchase, we will, but it's going to be smaller than 10 by 10 because it has to fit on that pad. There's just, I don't know what else to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know if there's no further comment,
I'd like to comment.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Go ahead, Ms. Benedictus.
The plan showing what Attorney Brodette claims should be provided and should be reviewed by the commission as part of a request for an amended order. Everybody else has to do that. And I don't know why Nantucket Island Resorts can just have their consultant write a letter or an email that isn't even copied to the abutter and avoid the process. They've avoided the process, they've violated the process. The process exists for a purpose and everyone else is required to follow it. And I think the plan showing the lobster tanks were not reviewed or approved by the Concom. That's the problem with all of this. You haven't reviewed or approved any of it.
Thank you. I realize
It shouldn't be two standards for a large real estate developer and an ordinary person before the Concom.
I don't think there are two standards here. And I really don't appreciate that assertion.
Well, the facts speak for themselves.
Okay. I really value what John Giorgio said last week to us as town council representative, that, it really is within the commission's discretion here. And given the fact that, staff essentially made the applicant feel that their permit could go through in this way, they were not misstepping due to that. And I kind of fall with, again, what John Giorgio said, and that it's our discretion. I do not feel, given these circumstances, that they need to present an amended order because, again, they were, maybe, I can't think of the wording, but they were, I don't want to say misled by staff, but staff gave them their opinion and they moved with it. But again, I'm fine with this project, especially since the walk-in is not in place yet. We've been assured that it will be smaller than the concrete pad. And we, are able to not issue a cert and change that if it doesn't meet those specs. Mike Miserelli, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had my hand up, but you made my point that staff approved it. So I, as speaking for myself as a commissioner, want to support what staff did and approved it. So it's fine with me, and I hope we can move ahead here. It's been a long night.
Thank you, Mike. And again, if I thought that the changes were going to have a significant impact to the resource area, I would be saying a different thing here. But given the highly developed nature of this area, I don't see any additional impacts here. Any other commissioners' comments? I don't know if we need to make a motion here, or if we, or what we should do. Linda?
I was going to ask you that question. If we make a motion, is that something that can be appealed? Or we just simply take no action as no action is necessary?
I think you're probably right that we would take no action, saying no action is necessary.
Okay.
If other commissioners feel okay with that. Mary Ellen, are you putting your hand back up?
Yes, please. Just for a question to the chair and anybody else who wants to chime in. I understand what the opposition is saying, what the applicant is saying. He's saying if the pad is 100 square feet, then they'll rebuild it at 100 square feet. Well, what are the dimensions that this body says that pad should be? I think that's one of the questions. I think given the status of what I'm hearing here, we could leave here today and the applicant could determine that, oh, well, it's actually 147 square feet, and then we'd be back where we were in some sort of, trying to vacate what's occurred here today. Just as a matter of clarity, could this body please explain in an order to this applicant how many square feet this pad is?
So I'm sorry I wasn't clear. The pad needs to be the exact same size as the original pad was, and they are giving thumbs up at that. We have the original structure plans on file. I apologize. I'm toggling like way too many windows to have the exact dimensions up in front of me currently. I don't know if maybe Will can bring those up to put on the record, but it should be no different than the original pad that was there. And that's what they've agreed to.
Could we identify that, please?
I think Will is looking, because I'm toggling too many windows on a MacBook Air to be able to pull that up right now.
Thank you.
Gabriel, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We'd be happy to have Paul Santos, who surveyed this in the first place, stake it for us. It's, I mean, and by the way, that's what has happened, but it will be the same. As it was surveyed, it'll be no different. Every dimension of that building is going to be the same.
Thank you. Rick Bodette.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Madam Chair. Danielle's own letter that was sent to you, Madam Chair, I think, and the commission members, that was sent in by Mary Ellen Manning, I think if I'm right about that, has Paul's plan on it, and it has the dimensions on it. So, I mean, I don't know how much more clear we can be on the dimensions of that pad.
Thank you. Okay, so it looks like the existing pad is 9 by 2 by 10, or 9.2, excuse me, by 10.9. So that's the dimensions that the new pad will have to meet.
Good.
Any further questions or comments? Okay.
I'd like to be heard.
Oh, okay, Ms. De Benedictis, go ahead.
Thank you. Could I be provided with a copy of the correspondence from Katie Barnacle to you that we did not receive?
Yes, and maybe Will can even forward that right now. It really, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, it didn't say much. It was essentially just a statement, and all of that has been repeated by the representatives here tonight. But again, I apologize that you weren't copied on that.
No, I'd just like the record to be complete and note my continuing objection to a project being changed so significantly through staff approval. I don't feel that that's just to a legal abutter who has standing.
Thank you. Okay, so if I hear no further questions or comments from commissioners, I'm assuming everybody is happy to take no action at this point, and to move on to our next discussion item.
I can't believe you have another discussion item.
Yes. Oh, Seth, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would request that we table the next discussion item to a future date. I will not be here at May 11th meeting, so I would suggest May 25th, given the hour. I think it's an important discussion, but it's not time critical. It can wait.
So Seth,
Jeff, if we were in person, I would give you a hug at this point.
guys, hold
Listen to
on for
Ashley,
a second,
please.
please. Goodness. So I want to announce the item, and then I do have a statement about it. So the next item is discussion of Concom land holdings, Concom's role in open space management, etc. The only reason I feel like we need to have a brief discussion tonight is because this is on the select board's agenda and how to move forward with open space. It was documented in the paper today that they're wanting more input, and I feel like we can continue this discussion to an appropriate time, but I think we should probably author a letter to them saying that we would like to participate in that discussion, because I'm afraid it's going to happen before we schedule ours, and that is a little bit of a concern for me. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for possibly interrupting the process. I think that's fine. I can give a 1-minute overview of what this item is if people are interested, and then I think we could move towards continuing to a future date and getting a letter in place.
Okay, thank you, Seth.
All right, so to be as quick as possible, I won't reiterate what is already in the packet from the letter I wrote, but essentially the Commission's authority predates the Wetlands Protection Act. It spans from the Conservation Commission Act, which establishes our role as a body to protect open space. The Concom served in that function for decades before the Wetlands Protection Act existed, and at some point in time received land ownings. We currently have 3 land holdings that we know about, and in various other municipalities, conservation commissions have a lot more and do a lot more with their open space management, acquisition, and outreach. And I think the goal of our discussion should be very generally to decide what, if any, role we want to play in open space acquisition or management. If we decide it's no role, then what should we do with our holdings? How and who should we transfer them to? And what the process for that would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. And thank you, Seth, for doing all this back work into giving this information to us. I realize it is a late night. In the past, it was my first or second year on the commission, we did transfer a land holding to the land bank at some point. So I think it might be worth getting in contact with possibly town council. I'm not sure, but to kind of figure out the repercussions of moving the land holdings. But again, I'd also just like to see if commissioners would like to send correspondence to the select board to allow us to, participate in that role that conservation commissions were given as Nantucket plans for its open space.
I think it's a very important subject.
Thank you, Ian. Linda?
Yeah, I agree. We had talked a couple of months ago, seems like ages ago now, about being more mindful of the open space issues. And they have not finalized the open space plan yet. They are almost at the end of the finalizing of the open space plan at the planning board level for the master plan. So I think the sooner we sort of reach out, the better off.
Thank you, Linda. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll speak as your NP and EDC rep currently. So the open space and recreation plan planning process started through the NP and EDC, and then NP and EDC worked with the consultant Weston and Sampson to, refine that plan and then submit it to the select board and the planning board for review. The select board had some comments and questions. They referred those back to the NP and EDC. And at our last NP and EDC meeting, we discussed those, and I think we're able to conclude those comments, and then are submitted the amended plan back to the select board now for final review. The fact that the plan even was before the NP and EDC is, I would say, irregular in municipalities in the state of Massachusetts. Almost every municipality, the Conservation Commission would be the body that would be charged with developing the open space and recreation plan. And then it would be ultimately accepted by their executive body of government, be that a mayor or a select board or council, whatever it is. But the Concom in recent memory has not been involved in this one. These are 7-year plans. I don't think they were involved in the last one. Maybe they were involved in the past, but it's currently being done by the NPDC.
Thank you, Seth. Do you think there's value in us stepping in at this point?
I think, unfortunately, at this point, for that particular plan, it's probably too late. I think if anything, it would actually maybe be detrimental to the process, because this plan was supposed to be finalized in 2019. So we're significantly over the deadline, and we're losing out on the ability to access grant funding or even submit applications for grant funding for open space and recreation until this plan is finalized. So we need, at this point, as little comment as possible. We need this to just be signed. But it is very important for the select board to know that this really is our role, and that the next time it comes around, we should be the one either designing the planning process or having a key stakeholder component in the process.
Thank you, Seth. Linda?
I agree with Seth. I had a hand in writing the original one as a planning board member. But I know we had talked about, apart from the plan, we had talked about becoming more involved with open space issues on Nantucket anyway, a couple of months ago. So we probably should have a meeting at some point and define what we want to do with that, because we had put off the in-depth discussion to another time.
Thank you, Linda. And I appreciate this discussion. It sounds like maybe it wasn't as time sensitive if it's not necessarily as appropriate for us to weigh in right now on the open space plan, but still is time sensitive in the fact that we need to reach out to the select board about participation in the future. But Seth, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree. I think it's sort of a missed opportunity, but it is what it is. The only thing I think would be time sensitive, and we're already way past the deadline for this year, but if we do get to the decision where we want to transfer lands, we obviously need council review on that, but that's also going to have to go through town meeting. So, I don't know, there's a special meeting in the fall, maybe there's opportunity there, or maybe we wait until next spring. But we should be acknowledging that if we are doing this, we need to plan ahead so that we can prepare those articles and actually get them done in the period we're hoping to.
Okay, Joe, go ahead. And then Ian, I'll go to you.
When Seth does the 25th of May meeting, can it include the other organizations on the island that are doing land management so we can get a better feel for what's available out there? Whether these three properties would fit into the other 3 or 4 organizations that are doing land management.
Thank you, Joe. I know in the past, because it's kind of town to town, we transferred to the land bank. I don't remember it going through town meeting beforehand, but it could have gone through town meeting, and then I was new enough on the commission that I missed that piece. But that again is something that we need to look into with council. Ian, your hand had been up.
Yes, so I guess to add to what Joe said, you know, I'm wondering if there is what are the disadvantages to actually keeping the properties ourselves rather than giving them to other organizations, one. And then two, of course, CPC, the community preservation, the structure of the community preservation law is one of the 4 aspects of funding, as Linda can certainly tell you, is open space. And in the past, when I was on CPC, there were very few projects that came in under open space. And so I guess I wonder whether or not we could advance open space agendas within the CPC remit going forward.
Thank you, Ian. That's a really good thought. Seth?
Yeah, this year there were 0 applications for open space, which I personally think is a huge concern. In reference to the town meeting part, I'm not going to make a definitive statement saying that is necessarily required or not, but I do know that in recent years there's been a lot of transfers between the town and the land bank, and I've seen a lot of them at town meetings. So we should check up on that and see if it's required.
Yes, definitely. And Ian, the only concern I have for us holding the space is we don't have like a management crew. And I know there was a member of the public who reached out about No Bottom Pond, one of the properties we hold, and a sign had fallen down. And, you know, we need to be able to manage it is the concern.
I take your point.
And I realize we have to continue this, and thank you for the brief discussion to at least keep my head straight and trying to be within the select board process if possible. Seth?
Yeah, just really quickly, and this is in the letter too, but I really request that everybody read the Conservation Commission Act. It's not very long. It's legal text, but it's not very long. And if you are able to take MACC's Fundamental Training 101, it will teach you everything you want to know about the Concom's role in open space, land management, and much more. And I'm happy to assist in this process, but there are so many resources out there from other communities who this is their priority. In some communities, Concom's barely hear wetland issues at all. So, you know, I'll lead the process forward as fit, but there's a lot of things that we all need to do independently to get trained up and learn more as well.
Thank you, Seth. So at this point, if there's no further comment, it looks like we'll continue this discussion until May 25th, right? That's when you'll be back, Seth?
That is the requested date.
Okay. So Will, if we could put it on the May 25th agenda, that would be great. And that moves us on to enforcement actions, potential enforcement actions. So Will, you're muted if you're talking.
I said a whole sentence. I'll keep this brief, but I am going to reach out about the house at the end of Hummock Pond and Mossball. I reached out to Stephen Cohen and got an email back, but I haven't heard back in the past week. So I'm gonna kind of try to see what's going on. I need to know who the parties are currently. But that's where that's at. And the enforcement for Millbrook should be going out tomorrow. And I think that'll be with a requested appearance at the May 11th. I think that's enough time. And other than that, that is it for now.
Thank you, Will. So that moves us on to reports. We have crack.
Actually, Ashley, could I, through you, ask Will, and maybe this should be under commissioner's comments, but I was absolutely staggered to read the letter from Thomas Holland about the Westmore Club development application in the wetlands, and that the DEP basically said they'd lied. Where would that come into our agenda and how to deal with it?
I think that's a better commissioner's comment, Ian, and
Okay.
I have a comment regarding that as
Okay.
well.
Thank you.
So reports, we have crack.
And so I was not present at the last crack meeting.
CPC. Oh, he's gone.
Mark is gone.
NP and EDC.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So half of the report I said already, the open space and recreation plan hopefully will be imminently signed by the select board based on NP and EDC's process. The other thing that came up is in review for town meeting. You may remember that, well, everyone probably knows that Nantucket has a fertilizer regulation and a best management practice associated with it. You may remember that at last year's town meeting, there was a citizen warrant article to ban fertilizers. That was the finance committee at last year was not in favor of that, and a alternate motion was submitted to refer authority back to the NP and EDC. And in a town meeting, that whole motion was swapped back with the ban, and the ban ultimately went to the floor and was voted favorably at town meeting as a home rule petition that was sent to the legislature. It has not been acted upon by the Massachusetts legislature, and it is unlikely to be acted upon from what people are saying. So at this year's town meeting, the, I guess, alternate motion of the finance committee had been hoping to submit, which would divert fertilizer authority back to NP and EDC, is being resubmitted. So now there's an article hoping to get the NP and EDC to develop a, if passed, to develop a bylaw that would supersede the fertilizer regulations that exist today, and within 2 years to, develop this update. NP and EDC had a lot of concerns about this because we were not really asked to. We weren't really asked if we were able or willing to do this, and the article was just entered on our behalf. I know the Concom has a huge role and a huge stake in fertilizer regulations. So we'll see what happens at town meeting. But it's also another home rule petition. So even if it goes through, it'd have to be acted upon by the state. I know there's been discussions here within the past few years about fertilizer regulations and what to do with fertilizer. So the ball is continuously rolling, and something may come out of town meeting, but we're not exactly sure what yet. That's it. I can possibly answer questions, but it's a very confusing process. So just maybe stay tuned for now.
Thank you, Seth. I love Nantucket Town Meeting because it just flips and flops every year and we get nothing done as a result. So it sounds like we're kind of in the same situation with these fertilizer regs. And maybe we'll switch up some of our town processes. All right, the harbor plan. Is that you, Linda? You're muted.
That's Linda, yeah.
Coming. We had a very productive meeting. Everybody was there except for Emily, who was on vacation, and we're meeting again on May 1st, which I believe is next week sometime. I've lost track. And we're still waiting for the state to come back with the approval for our maps. And we're starting to plan our first public hearing with Seth. If you remember, I think that we're trying to do one fairly soon to have the first one. We're going to be having several, especially over the summer. So the public can attend both during the day and at night. And that's where we are at the moment. I just got to look at the agenda today.
Yeah, the first public meeting is planned in the first 2 weeks of June, or is attempting to be planned for the first 2 weeks of June.
It's a very active group. It's a very good group.
Awesome. Thank you, Linda. And that moves us to our offshore wind work group.
Just today at midday, I got an email with comments on the 1,900-page document that was provided about a month ago. I did not have a chance to open it because I had a cannabis committee meeting today. But I'll have some comments when I take a look at it for the next meeting.
Thank you, Joe. So that moves us on to commissioners' comments. And I know Ian was going to mention the Westmore Club. I have to say, I emailed Jeff, and I think I CC'd you, Will, or emailed both of you at the same time, asking for some council opinion there, because I wasn't even aware, I don't think, that order of ours had gotten appealed. So I was, surprised that this process had gone on. And again, I could have missed it, but I wasn't aware that it was going on.
No, we weren't informed.
That there was an appeal at all?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so there was an appeal and there was a DEP on site, but where I'm at right now is a little bit of a state of confusion because I saw Thomas Holland's email, but we have not had anything directly from DEP yet. So that was the first that we've heard of any sort of differences in what was reported and what was seen by DEP. So I'm still waiting for something from DEP. But we have this. So I don't know where that leaves us, because I feel like we need to see a determination, or the determination that is being referenced here.
Right. We would be getting like a superseding order from them, most likely. So that's why I'd like to get counsel on this one for us, just because I feel behind the ball, having not even realized that there was an appeal.
But Will, if I may, Ashley, can't you just pick up the phone and call them?
Call who right now?
Yeah, DEP.
Right,
Jeff
right
does
now?
it all the time.
I can gladly call them.
Well, wait till tomorrow morning, but excuse me, Ashley, I don't mean to interrupt, but
I may or may not have been preparing for a meeting this week.
So we'll make sure that we get more information, certainly for the next meeting, as far as a superseding order, and hopefully, like, again, some town council information regarding this one, just like where we are. Joe, I saw your hand go up.
Yes, when I read that, I was very concerned. I was concerned because I would think DEP would notify us that there was a complaint of some sort. and
So
we
they
were
would,
going,
staff knew, we just didn't know as the commission. So like,
Got it.
it's been processed through like the Concom email, and the town knew, we as commissioners didn't.
And the other point I was going to make is apparently the way the drawing was laid out, part of the building was in a wetlands area or a creek or whatever flowed through there. And what we do is we take these drawings that we get and we assume they are correct. I don't know who put that one together that put the building in the creek.
Yeah, so it's a vernal pool, which has a kind of extended buffer zone of 75 feet, but I think this is a good one to maybe have as a specific agenda item with council, because from our end, you know, we go to site visits to verify
Yes.
things that are flagged. And truthfully, I can't remember if we did a site visit on this one because it's long enough ago. And then staff goes out and double checks essentially and verifies. And I do think it's important here for us to figure out what has happened and track this one back a bit.
I agree.
So we did, Ashley, and it was between the tennis courts and the arbor vitae. I don't know if that jogs your memory.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the site and I remember the project so well. I don't remember myself physically on the ground, however, but I like can picture the site and where it is and the plans and all of that. Seth, I saw your hand go up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we should definitely wait for DEP before doing anything else, because anyone can say whatever they want in a letter, but only a regulatory decision has any force of effect. I do remember at the hearing there was extensive discussion at the time about the limit of the vernal pool, and also about the fact that vernal pools are much more variable in their extent than other resource areas. So it is possible that the resource area simply changed over time, and I'm sure DEP would have provided all of that justification in whatever order they have produced.
Thank you, Seth. So again, hopefully we can put this on as a discussion item when something from DEP comes through, or when you get in touch with them, Will, just to catch us up. Are there any other commissioners' comments?
Yes, and I'm sorry, I'll keep this to 30 seconds. And it is that I really, okay. I would like my fellow commissioners to join me in charging the staff with composing a letter that we discuss at our next meeting to the select board on having an opinion from town council on the chapter 91 issue for bulkheads protecting post 78 structures. And we have asked for what, 6 months now for town council to give us an opinion, have been stonewalled.
Yeah.
So I think it's a really important point, and especially going forward with sea level rise, that we set this issue to rest, that, you know, because, well, so that is my suggestion.
Thank you, Ian. I agree. We need to get this issue addressed before the public loses access, which is seeming to happen. Seth?
I agree totally, and had we had this information many months ago, I probably could have saved 5+ hours of your all's time with not having to say the same thing over and over and over again. So it's not only a access issue, but it's simply a logistics issue. Council is supposed to be available to us to help with the needs. And it needs to be that in whatever case we're requesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Joe?
I think it's no different than the regulations. We met how many times on the regulations, and it's tied up with the attorneys apparently.
So the regulations are actually back, and
Oh,
Will and Jeff were working on a date for this meeting to set forward for us to schedule. I don't think we have those though. So unless you're making those during commissioner's comment or administrator comments.
No, we need to come up with a date for that, but
So between now and the next meeting, an email is going to go around with potential dates on an off meeting day for us to go through that. But it came back like a week ago.
okay.
Yeah. Mike?
To the extent that we can, and I don't even know if it's possible, but as SBPF stuff comes up, I don't know if it just drags out these meetings for forever. I don't know if it's possible that we just have dedicated meetings to that, and I certainly don't want to increase to weekly meetings, but maybe we should just throw that around there for a solution, or hold them off until, or not take other things for the agenda, because the meeting's dragging out to 5 hours. You're just going to get tougher and tougher on everybody.
Thank you, Mike. We did, when there were longer discussion items, have them as a separate meeting. I think tonight, on top of a long meeting, it was tough and more contentious than maybe expected. I agree with things like new applications, et cetera. It's always on a separate date. So I think we will have to look at our agendas a little bit more closely. And we did get nailed with a couple of different discussions this evening.
That's for sure.
And I have to say, part of that was me telling Will they had to be on because we set them as being on at our last meeting, and it took a little longer than expected. But yes, Mike, point taken for sure, because I go to work really tired the next day.
I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, I don't either. Seth?
Didn't seem to bother Fig. He's sprawled out on the couch back there.
No, completely.
Well, the HDC, just for jollies, you might want to consider this. If there were 5 Tuesdays of the month back in the day when I was on it, that 5th Tuesday would be an organizational meeting. So we may want to just have a meeting where it's just simply organizational, which would bootstrap into the regulations as well. And then we just don't get crazed here.
Yeah, and Jeff and I have talked too about other ways to do it, like having certs and things, like having easy things on like a one meeting, and then kind of new applications and discussion on another, to again kind of break it up in a more manageable way. And again, I think point taken, and we'll look into this. The winter, early spring is just a tough. They're long during this time of year.
Cherry trees.
Yeah. Any other commissioners' comments? Seth, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one thing that's very simple but should be addressed. So on our website, we still have the Nantucket local regulations that are prior to codification. So those need to be updated with the codified, and then hopefully with the new one soon. But I see that people are submitting and referencing, the numbers that aren't correct anymore. So it's confusing both for the commission and the staff and the public. So could we please just upload the codified regulations on there?
Thank you for mentioning that, Seth. It jogged my memory about our meeting minutes that we already approved. There were some formatting issues with those, so I'm hoping when they get uploaded, that'll be taken care of.
Check that out.
Yeah. And it could have been an old version of Word that I was using as well, but it transferred funny to me. All right. So if there's no further commissioners' comments, administrator staff reports.
Have a great
You
night.
want to live?
And I'll
Yeah.
email Florentia tomorrow about getting the codified regs up on the website, because I have noticed that actually before.
All right, so we just need a motion to adjourn.
Fantastic meeting, Madam Chair.
Everybody's got their hands up.
Yes, Joe definitely made the motion. Thank you, Linda. Is there a second? Everybody second? All right. So by roll vote, Engelborg,
Aye.
Garrisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Zarelli,
Aye.
Kowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Let's go on for another couple of hours. Yes, aye.
Right. So this meeting is adjourned, and I'll be in touch either tomorrow during my lunch or Monday about just getting some of these things moving forward.
Okay. I gotta help Morgan with a drone flight for Maya Comet Pond tomorrow, but I am wide open on Monday. I need to drive a truck while she flies a drone.
Okay, so Monday it is, then I'll come in.
Been there, done that. It's fun time.
It's my first
Happy
time. so-
Daffodil weekend, everybody. Either take cover or enjoy. And thank you, Ashley. Take
Good
care.
night.
Thank you,
Good night,
everybody.
everybody.
Bye
Good night.
now.
Yeah.